Today we will start study session and then move right into executive session. So council will stand in session. For the record, Councilwoman Lee and Councilmember Fimbres are attending electronically. Items 1 and 2, executive session and direction to staff.
The executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session, City of Tucson contract with Republic Services Incorporated for processing and marketing of curbside and commercially collected recyclables, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of going into executive session indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. We'll see you in a bit. Session, please.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct the city manager and city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session to include exploring the city's options for establishing and owning its own recycling facility.
So moved.
There's a motion. Mayor, a second?
Your Honor, I second that motion and wish our team the best in their further discussions with Republic.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Kozaczek.
Just real quick, I think it's important for not only staff, but the entire community to recognize that in the last few years, our relationship and our conversations with utilities generally has really fundamentally changed. In a little while, we'll be talking about our TEP franchise agreement. 2 years ago, that was a completely different conversation. 2 years ago also, we were having new discussions that really transformed our relationship with the telecom industry here locally. Later on, we'll be talking about RTA. Again, new kind of nature of the conversations. I think it's important that Republic recognize that this is not the same day, this is not the same conversation it was 15 years ago when this contract was negotiated. If you look up Diggins Environmental Services, you'll see on their own website, it says Diggins ES is now a part of Republic Services. They are predators in the market. They are undercutting small haulers. They are buying them out, and they're trying to set up a monopoly in this region. So I think it is entirely appropriate that we sit down with them and engage with them in a whole new plane across the table, saying this is not 2010, this is 2023. We're having a new conversation. We've got a sustainability campus. We've got a mayor and council who are all in on all things environmental and climate, and you need to get on board, or we may find another way to do this.
I'd like to attach myself to the Vice Mayor's comments 100%. It really is a new day, and as you said, Vice Mayor, we're going to have a discussion regarding using our plastics in Tucson, and so right next. But it really is a new day in how we view not just our recycling program, but our entire waste. And Tucson is preparing itself to move to zero waste by 2050. That is a goal that Mayor and Council established through our climate emergency. And we are seeing things much, much differently than 2010. So absolutely, 100% agree. With that, any other of my colleagues want to add to the discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What I'm going to do for the public and those watching, I'm going to move item 3 to after item 4. So I'm going to advance item 4, which is a plastic reuse pilot program, because we do have a presentation by a team from Bifusion. So let me advance item 4. Time has been set aside to receive an update on the plastic reuse program and provide direction to staff. Just like to thank Vice Mayor for bringing this project to Tucson and bringing it with lots of passion. In 2020, the Mayor and Council declared a climate emergency. We committed to acting on climate, including becoming a zero-waste city by 2050. In 2021, we renamed the Los Reales landfill to Los Reales Sustainability Campus and changed the way to see waste from a hazard to an asset. The Sustainability Campus will be a hub for innovation and new technologies that will help us divert waste while creating economic vitality. We are creating our zero waste plan to help identify the strategies and actions that will have the most economic, social, and environmental impacts as we divert waste from the landfill. The Bifusion project is one of many strategies that the city of Tucson can support in its climate efforts. And talking about support, this one single-use plastic recycle program that was started as a pilot in the city of Tucson has been very successful. Our residents are clamoring to participate in this program, and I'm really happy with the results of the pilot program. We need to be all hands on deck and in our approach to thread the needle on climate action. So with that, I'd like to have Vice Mayor kick us off on this item. Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you, I appreciate it. You're exactly right. Since August, when we began this pilot, the community has provided over 43 tons of non-recyclable plastic in one drop-off location in the entire county. During the presentation, you'll see that every zip code in the region is represented. This isn't simply a midtown thing. Every single zip code in the region is represented. We've got people coming in from Oro Valley and Green Valley and Marana and all over the region. The concept is about diversion from the landfill. It's about reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. It is about producing construction-grade materials that we can use in construction all over the region. It's about reducing our contamination fees to Republic Services. We just talked about them. The city of Tucson pays Republic over $300,000 a year in contamination fees. These are contaminants that we can pull out of that waste stream and use productively. And as the mayor said, the public is so excited about this project. It is ridiculous, and we've got a tiger by the tail. And if anything, we're going to be in a sprint to catch up to the public interest in this. So I'm going to invite up Heidi Kajawa from Bifusion. We have a PowerPoint presentation that is queued up. And Heidi, if you'd kind of walk us through that, introduce yourself to the mayor and the council, and it's all yours.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here to present a couple of things today. One is, obviously, I want to explain a little bit about who we are, who don't know us, discuss our plastic waste landfill diversion solution, a little bit more detail about the results of the pilot and the work we've done here in the city, and then, of course, some of the benefits we can provide to the city, hopefully moving forward in the long term. I won't spend too much time here because I believe that, based on the earlier comments, you guys are very well aware of the complexity of this plastic waste problem. It's a very complex challenge, and while we could probably spend the rest of the session talking about the complexities, I will not do that, only to say that it's a very complex material, it's extremely costly to manage, and due to rising cost, sadly, sometimes that means that communities actually shutter the blue bin programs altogether. I'm glad that this is not one of them, but it happens all over the country. So to help combat some of these challenges, we've developed a cost-effective, easy-to-scale, climate-forward landfill diversion solution that's designed to transform non-recyclable plastic. It's a really important distinction to make. We're not interested in PET or the high-value stuff. We're really focused on decluttering the blue bin and all the stuff that's non-recyclable. We're focused on taking that non-recyclable material and converting it into an alternative building material. It is a very simple zero-waste process that requires only plastic waste. The plastic waste is collected, it is shredded, it is fused into blocks. No cleaning, no sorting, no reprocessing. We can take our systems and put it exactly where plastic waste is to avoid some of the logistical challenges that we face in this material. From a block perspective, it is a UL certified building material. It is a recognized leader in the alternative building material space. The block itself, while it is our initial inaugural product, we will continue to build more products out of it, but the block itself produces 83% less greenhouse gas emissions than today's standard cement blocks. And because we are only using plastic waste as our material, our platform enables incredible by block transparency and traceability to streamline some of those rigorous ESG and zero waste reporting requirements to maintain compliance with some of those goals. To take advantage of the BIBLOC's versatility, it falls into a Type 5 construction category, which basically is a large construction category which covers a wide range of commercial, utility, infrastructure projects and applications. We see it from a municipal usage, and there's lots of uses in public works, departments of transportation, parks and recs, commercial applications, and even in residential projects. We've invested and will continue to invest a lot of money and time into the testing of this material to ensure rapid market adoptability. We've made considerable investments already to ensure that it conforms with some of today's rigid standards for building materials. We meet UL Green Guard Gold standards from an emissions perspective and environmental perspective. It contributes to LEED credits. We have achieved ICC listing in 3 different categories around American standards tests related to compressive, sound, and thermal testing. In addition, we've recently completed our UL certified environmental product declaration. So from a building material perspective, it also not only allowed us to take a look at the material we're talking about, but also the process in which we are manufacturing the block. That third-party audited process compare our BIBLOC manufacturing versus landfill, among other things, but I think in particular landfill is relevant for today's discussion. And in that study, it found that the process reduced global warming potential by 90%. It reduced ozone depletion and smog by over 300%, and we reduced fossil fuel emissions by over 40%. So creating a BIBLOC instead of landfill provides a tremendous amount of sustainability and environmental benefits. So now that you've learned a little bit more about who we are and what we do, I want to circle back to the great work we've done with this city. As Councilman Kasajak mentioned, we embarked on a pilot from August 1st. It was scheduled to end December 15th. There were a couple things we were looking to achieve. We wanted to see how residents of Tucson would respond to having access to a landfill alternative for their non-recyclable plastic. We measured this in 3 different ways. How we, not only was it the amount of plastic waste that we diverted, how many people signed up to participate. The numbers that you see on this sheet are those who signed up. It's not reflective of how many people actually participated. I think that the work that you've done in your office can probably determine that those numbers have actually much greater. And then, of course, we wanted to see where in the city the greatest concentrations of participation were. But as Councilman mentioned, we saw participation and signups in every inch of the city, in every zip code. We're really happy about that. To further look at some of the numbers, the number keeps growing. Councilman's numbers were 43 tons. As I wrote this presentation last week, it was right around 40, so we've continued to grow. I think it's important to note that 33 tons at the point I authored this presentation came from the community, and an additional 7 came from area businesses that we did not include in the drop-off. So there were some other volumes that are accounted for as well. These slides demonstrate some of the work that the city has done to put this block and material into the city. There's one thing in particular, I don't know if you guys can see this very well, but in that top corner, there's a big mound of plastic. That is intended to demonstrate the amount of the volume of material that we're talking about. There's a couple of bales to the right that are already existing. Those bales, to give you a sense of scale, are 6 feet wide and 4 feet high. I mean, just to give you a sense of how much plastic waste that 43 tons, what that looks like. It's a massive, massive amount of material. So while we're continuing to work with other municipalities, I think it's really important to note that the city of Tucson is the first city on the planet to do anything of this scale and magnitude from a pilot perspective. We have experienced in successfully processing the community's waste, local business participation. We've trained licensed contractors here in the city on how to build with BuyBlock. You guys have actually put it to use, which is extraordinary effort in such a short amount of time, nonetheless. With the proven community support, and while we obviously achieved well beyond our targets we set, personally, I have been inspired by the participation and the outpouring of support that we've seen as part of this program. The city has band together to make sacrifices in their day-to-day to drive the extra mile to drop off that plastic and show up in the rain to participate in a building project. I mean, it's been quite extraordinary. Equally as inspiring is the city's innovative climate action plans and zero waste roadmap. We are squarely aligned with the work that's outlined in those plans and those documents, and also with the city's commitment to leading by example, supporting the community resiliency, the tracking and sharing of progress openly and transparently. And we strongly believe that based on the results of the pilot, that we can continue to accelerate some of those goals that the city climate action plan and the zero waste roadmap outlines, both in not only the green infrastructure aspects, but some of the waste prevention and reuse categories, and then of course the circular economy. With your support today, we look forward to continuing to service the city and in a long-term capacity by establishing a local Tucson Innovation and Processing Center here. I mean, let's face it, this problem isn't going away anytime soon, so I hope we get to continue to work together to make a difference and reshape the future of plastic waste. Thank you.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Vice Mayor, if you wanted to start the discussion or if there's any questions from our
We'll
colleagues.
open it up to
Councilmember Dahl.
This is so exciting and so wonderful. Even though we don't have a plastic drop-off at my ward, we get lots of inquiries. When are you going to get one? We have plastic collection envy in our part of the city. You know, climate change is my deal. That's what I ran on. And it's so exciting how much we can save by replacing regular old concrete blocks with these blocks. Cement is one of the biggest, the production of cement produces a tremendous amount of greenhouse gas. Globally, it produces 8% of the greenhouse gases that we're trying to reduce. In our region, there's one cement plant, the Rito cement plant, producing Portland cement up off the freeway north of us. It's the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases in southern Arizona. It's the third largest in the state, only surpassed by two others, a coal-fired power plant and a bigger cement plant in northern Arizona. When we're talking about how producing these blocks replaces wood or cement that takes away from nature, we have a very clear example of that here in Pima County. Twin Peaks Road, which is an 8-mile road up in Marana, used to go to a place that was known as Twin Peaks. One of those peaks has been mined by that cement company for 74 years, and it no longer exists. So there's only one peak at Twin Peaks at this point. And we can't do that forever. So this is wonderful. It has my full support, and thank you for working with us here in Tucson.
Thank you, Councilman.
So I just have a couple of questions because I'm a little bit of a geek when it comes to the opportunity in avoiding greenhouse gases. And so part of the goal of having a climate action and adaptation plan is to make sure that it makes sense, not only in an environmental sense, but also social and economic sense. And so can you talk to us about the avoidance of greenhouse gases? It's a really cool story. So it would be nice to hear what the CO2 avoidance is with this particular block, and then the avoidance of water in building it as well.
Yes, thank you. Many of the calculations around CO2 is either from cradle to gate or cradle to cradle, right? So what that means from a layman's terms is really like how raw material is what kind of raw material you use to create the thing that you're making, and what is that, and then how do you get that thing into market, and what happens after the fact. And so when you take a look at the vast majority of how building materials are made, and I'm not going to pick on cement, we'll pick another thing. I mean, it could be a composite board, it could be a 2x4 piece of lumber. It's literally around all of the logistics required to move material around. So where we are seeing the biggest gains compared to a cement block is in the aggregates that we don't require. Like we don't require additional, we only use plastic waste, which is actually extracted right off the surface of the earth, right? We're not mining anything, we're not creating anything, we're not trucking anything in. Our goal is to have a system support a 100-mile radius and really insulate the collection within a 100-mile radius, even though our studies prove that we can support the environmental metrics that I've shared with you today can support a 1,200-mile radius. We're all about local first to ensure that, that the greenhouse gas emissions reductions impact the local communities. So it's really around logistics and movement, and we can track that given our targets of 100 miles or within city limits. And so, but that's where we're getting the most gains, and the fact that we're not adding any additional material into it. There's no nature loss. There's actually nature preservation because we're keeping that harmful material and waste material out of nature.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that response. I want to know a little bit more about if there has been preliminary conversation in terms of, maybe Mr. Ortega, you can answer this because you're an engineer, a structural story about by fusion and how we can put this block to work in terms of the liability. I'm looking at Mike Rankin, and how we can put it to work, and how do we experiment with what can be built in the city of Tucson.
Mayor, thank you. I'm going to let Heidi address some of those pieces, and then I'll come back to how we can support that effort and really be at the on the front end of some of those. I'll let Heidi outline for you some of the opportunities that they've already explored and that they are exploring, and then I'll come back afterward and let you know some of the things we can do locally.
Thank you. From a structural perspective, I think, I come from a construction background. So one of the things that was important to me was not to try to create a material that was a unilateral material. I wanted to make sure that we worked with today's traditional building materials to meet the structural demands of the job. It is a reinforceable material. And so there is steel running through it. When you're building these walls or these structures, you do benefit from the use of steel. You benefit from the use of cement. We do benefit from lumber, depending on the application. We just are reducing our dependency on some of those materials. And so that we rely heavily on our civil engineers and our architects and our structural engineers to advise and guide us on data points that they need to see to do the calculations to ensure construction and durability and performance for that particular structure. We are committed and invested, like I said, on continuing testing to ensure that those engineers get the data points they need to continue to expand adaptability and application. But there's a lot of stuff that you can do with today's traditional building materials in addition to using BIBlock itself. So that's how we address some of those structural challenges.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, Mike.
Mayor, members of the council, I can add that under our building codes, construction codes, we do have provisions, like most jurisdictions, for approval of alternative materials and methods, but that has to be based on a determination of the structural suitability of the material, and so that's exactly the type of information that would be required to evaluate whether those types of projects could be approved.
Mayor,
Yes,
and
Mr. Ortega.
what I was trying to get to ultimately was there's a parallel conversation. One is for us to continue with the exploration on things that we know we can use it, and then the other is, I'll call it the certification that Mr. Rankin just mentioned, which is the opportunity for us to be at the cutting edge of that. And I think that can happen in parallel, and I think this is a great program for us to pursue at this point.
I love it. Any other questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Well, I also want to reiterate, thank you, to Vice Mayor Kozaczek and his office for piloting the program. It's a lot of plastic that they've been able to divert, so that's pretty cool to witness. And similar to my colleague, Council Member Dahl, our office gets, plenty of calls with the same requests, except for we don't have a lot of space in our little parking lot for that. I think one of the questions I had was, we know that, that mixing plastic waste, a lot of times they can't be recycled because they can't, you can't put different kinds of plastics together. They all have their own composition and characteristics. Is this an issue when using non-recyclable plastics in creating the bifusion blocks?
Actually, no. I mean, our machine was designed entirely for non-recyclable. However, it is true that there's even the recyclable material sometimes gets rejected from recyclers. So we will take it after it's been properly rejected, which allows them, if it's destined to landfill, we'll ensure that it gets to a good home and be put to good use, but we're not dependent on that. Our goal is to really help declutter the blue bin to enable those recycling processes maximum efficiency so that you can get as much value from that high-value material as possible.
Okay. And then do we have any concerns about the breakdown of the plastic blocks or them becoming pollutants in any way, shape, or form?
That's a really great question, and unfortunately, because this material is intended not to break down, that's one of the compounding challenges that the world is seeing right now because it's designed not to degrade or go away. So we're leveraging, that's one of the attributes in a building material, is it doesn't break down or go away. And the way that we construct these, it's basically insulated from environment. That the only thing that really does have a tendency to react with it is UV, and that's over decades and decades. And it's mostly a bleaching effect on the surface. So what we're seeing right now, but we intend to clad that material to ensure that it stays out of the environment. So no issues that we've seen to date with our testing
So
either.
there's no risk of BPA leaching out into, our groundwater or anything like that?
Yes, no, because we're not adding additional chemicals to the material, and it's not, in fact, reacting to or interacting with the elements after construction, after it's processed. We don't see those issues at all.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Fimbres or Councilwoman Lee?
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilmember.
How many total residents pledged to help the program and efforts now? Steve,
I didn't understand the question.
how many total residents pledged to help this program and efforts now?
How many people have pledged? We've had roughly 1,600 people formally sign up, but I can tell you thousands of people have come by the ward office dropping stuff off. As both Kevin and Lane have said, they're getting questions at all the ward offices. Be careful what you ask for about getting one over at your place. But no, they're, as Heidi showed in the presentation, every single zip code in the region is participating in this.
Can you get a breakdown by ward down the road so I can promote this board better?
We have
By
the
ward?
we have the breakdown by zip code, but not by ward. If you want to disaggregate those numbers, knock yourself out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others want to participate or have any questions? Councilmember Cunningham.
All I want to know is, all I want to do is interact with you guys about some park projects I have. There's some things I'd like to see happen.
Thank you.
And we've already identified your office as one of the drop-off locations, just as you know. So.
Well, there's plenty of space there.
We're moving, but yes, we'll be ready.
Council, Vice Mayor Kozaczek,
So
have
we
a
need,
motion.
yeah, we need to identify who plays what role in this and agree on what support the city provides. We need more than one drop-off location, as we've said. And we need Bifusion to relocate into Tucson to get that operation here. It makes no environmental sense for us to continue to truck tons and tons of plastic hundreds of miles to, it defeats the purpose. And so the motion is really pretty simple, is to move that the city manager work with Bifusion to finalize deal points and come back to us with a deal sometime in February.
And can we make sure that in terms of clarity, that we make the pilot, the pilot program permanent?
Oh, yeah, damn, yes.
Okay.
Second,
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate the work.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to item 3. All righty. Item 3, I have requested an update on the efforts to support housing our unsheltered persons and how we are addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in the city of Tucson. I want to thank all of the staff and community members who are working together to help us address this complex and challenging issue. The city of Tucson is committed to working in an innovative, collaborative, and systemic way to make sure our unsheltered residents have access to support, services, and housing. I believe deeply that everyone deserves safe and stable housing, and I'm fully supportive of the City of Tucson's commitment to working on resourcing all options on the continuum of housing, from low-barrier shelters to transitional housing to affordable homeownership. I am fully supportive of our evidence-based, housing-first approach that is a part of our continuum of support and services. We have made a lot of progress, even in these difficult circumstances. Housing First makes sure that each person has a roof over their heads, a warm meal, a place to take a shower and wash their clothes. And at the same time, we work to help residents get all that they need to move out of homelessness more permanently. We work with veterans to get their birth certificates and other papers to access the benefits that they have earned. We help them find the health care they need, and we help them access mental health or behavioral health services. We want to make sure that we are supporting unsheltered people to become permanently housed, and we need to do something different than has been done for decades past. Our goal is to end homelessness and not management. And this is only part of the solution to solve the issues of the unsheltered and the issues that residents and businesses have in terms of being able to deal with unsheltered homelessness in the city of Tucson. So with that, I don't know if you needed to read the item, Ms. Clerk?
This is item 3, update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how we are addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners.
Thank you, and I'll pass it over to City Manager Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got 3 things to go over with you today. First, and I'll come back to them. The first thing is, Mike and I can give you an update on the memorandum that Mr. Rankin sent out last evening regarding Santa Rita Park and some things that we're doing there. So we'll give you an update there. Second, I'd like to just quickly talk about the action plan that was provided to you in draft form. Just again, making sure I bring that to your attention. And then third, I'd like to have some of the staff members get up and make a presentation on that, just what they're up to, just to give you, again, a very quick idea of where we're at. So if you don't mind, Mayor, we'd like to start off with maybe Mr. Rankin giving us a thumbnail sketch of the memo he sent you all yesterday.
Certainly, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I know you're all well aware from news reports and then from my updates to you that we were served with a lawsuit in federal district court, primarily concerned with anticipated enforcement actions in Santa Rita Park. And as you know, when we're in litigation, I don't say a lot about the litigation. That's the rules that apply to me as a lawyer and to us as a city. We let those things play out in court. I am comfortable, however, saying that in the context of that lawsuit, that I think both our legal position and our factual positions are very strong. And while I don't typically comment about individual allegations made in a lawsuit, I felt that there was one allegation in this lawsuit that couldn't just be left alone without a response, and that was, and I got several questions and inquiries about it, and is the allegation that the city was planning to take enforcement actions because the Gem and Mineral Show was coming to town, and we were going to do enforcement actions in connection with that to try and hide the issue of the unsheltered situation in our city. And I thought that that needed a strong and swift denial, and that's what I delivered, because that allegation is entirely untrue. I think you all know that we have standardized and very transparent enforcement protocol for the enforcement of our codes relating to the camps and the staying in parks after hours. Those are posted online, they're written, there's no mystery to them, and they are based entirely and exclusively on public health and safety, and that's it. So I did provide a response to the inquiry about that allegation, referencing everyone to our established and published protocols. Incidentally, as part of those protocols, there is always, including in Santa Rita Park and other parks, but everywhere throughout the city where enforcement action is taken, there is advance outreach, extensive advance outreach efforts made, and that has been ongoing both in Santa Rita Park and in other parks where enforcement action has been required. That will continue at Santa Rita Park and anywhere else where enforcement action is contemplated and where it's justified based on our established protocols. So I did provide that response, and we will continue to proceed as our protocols dictate.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. We will continue down the path as Mr. Rankin outlined at Santa Rita Park and across the city. The second part of the conversation was just to bring your attention to the draft action plan. I believe Councilmember Lee and you, Mayor, were asking for really some metrics or some more honed-in, memorialized process for us to have in writing as opposed to just giving you a periodic update. So we've taken our first pass at establishing some goals that are identifiable that we can then track our progress towards. What I think is important here, and the staff will go over some of the pieces here, but I think what's important is if you see challenges or you see opportunities for improvement, certainly let me know or let us know. I expect that this will be a fluid document. It's not intended to be one and done. It certainly is going to ebb and flow over time as we really move towards hopefully making some progress in some of these areas, but more importantly, providing the resources that are out there and honing those in to make a difference in people's lives. So then I'll move on to a presentation by the staff as they're preparing themselves and organizing themselves to come up. I wanted to point out that this is very consistent with what we have talked about before, where we have focused our attention on the services that are provided, and we'll get into some detail there. The Housing First approach, which is a holistic and part of our housing and affordability strategies going forward and going down that path. Also, the cleanup efforts that we are going forward and going through, again, through our tier system, our tier process, and then ultimately into enforcement. There will be one additional presenter today, Frankie Villegas, who is our business navigator. I've asked her to come up and just remind you that last time I did announce that we are deploying the business navigators to assist businesses that might be struggling with folks that are challenging some of the businesses. So with that, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Mari Vasquez. Mari?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, we are here to report on the strong support between various city departments as well as regional partners. Best practices show that the most successful models to address homelessness are ones that are developed through unsiloing teams and encouraging constant collaboration, diversity of thought, and forward-minded approach to available resources. Thanks to your direction, we have been given the opportunity to create a robust collaborative task force to coordinate resources and efforts. We have provided you with a draft of an action plan that will inform you of what projects we are currently working on, as well as how we can use these goals and objectives moving forward. The opportunity of creating the action plan also allows us to track what we have been able to accomplish and see the gaps that we need to address. Our first goal is to increase access to critical services for the unsheltered by mobilizing a regional response to homelessness. The task force has been and will continue to make it a priority to reach out to internal and external stakeholders to expand supportive services like increasing the number of shelter beds and expanding services like the mobile shower unit. A date for a forum to be held with community partners that offer services for the unsheltered within the first quarter will be scheduled before the end of February. The second goal focuses on reducing the impact of unsheltered individuals on the community. Working with ward offices, Tucson Police, Community Safety, Health and Wellness, Business Navigators, EGSD, and others, we are holding meetings about what the task force is doing to address encampments and business concerns. Our city's Business Navigator team has also stepped up to guide business owners with answers to questions on how to fill out reports and keep their businesses safe. With the help of Public Safety Communications and their upcoming 311 system, this will also help with response to community concerns. Goal 3 will be focused on tracking data and our response to targeted support services like outreach, cleanup, and enforcement as needed to encampments. Our outreach service encounters offer more than just placement assistance. We can help with care for mental and behavioral health support, substance use, medical needs, food assistance, and more. Using the continuum of care through Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness, TPCH, and the Health Management Information System, HMIS, we can track what services are needed. One of the gaps we have identified through this action plan is the timing between the actual report coming in and the initial evaluation of the site. It's longer than we would like to see it, right now sitting at about 3.5 weeks. We are actively exploring solutions to shorten that time frame. Our data also shows that reports are coming in for activity that is not an encampment. And we will be revising questions on the report to get that information to the right response. Lastly, we are collaborating with IT to have a Tier 2 map for the monitoring of sites for outreach and cleanups. Our last goal is to always continue to seek housing opportunities for unsheltered individuals, working with our regional community partners, encouraging new ideas to be brought to the table. We welcome your guidance and thoughts moving forward. Next up is Brandy Champion with the services and shelter update.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to provide you an update today. Housing First kicked off our mobile shower program January 11th, and our first site was St. Francis. We also went to a second site that same Friday, and that was Casa Maria. We'll be doing that weekly moving forward at Casa Maria and St. Francis. St. Francis will be Wednesdays from 1 to 4 p.m., and Casa Maria will be Fridays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Housing and Community Development, who has contracted with Old Pueblo Community Services to administer the Homeless Work Program, has now added 2 additional teams for 5 days a week. This expands that number to 3 total vans, and Old Pueblo Community Services picked those vans up at the end of December and will kick off those 5 days a week beginning in February. Mayor and Council, as you know, the housing affordability strategy for Tucson or the HAST plan, is a set of policy initiatives for the creation of new affordable housing. There's a policy approved by mayor and council to develop at a minimum 50 permanent supportive housing units per year. The city has purchased several properties for this purpose. One of those is Knights Inn on Craycroft, and in collaboration with Pima County, this will be used as shelter for persons experiencing homelessness and persons facing eviction. We also are under contract with Amazon Inn on Miracle Mile, and that will be used as permanent supportive housing as well. The city's actively seeking new buildings to bring on more shelter and permanent housing to serve our unsheltered population. Thank you. Sarah?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Sarah Lanius. I'm the Director of Community Safety, Health, and Wellness. And just a very quick update from last we spoke. Since December 1, the Community Safety Care Coordinators have engaged with 130 unsheltered individuals in the community, offering navigation services, including behavioral health, medical health needs, access to housing, accessing identification, maximizing benefits that they may be eligible for, and supporting them with debt relief as needed. That brings the total number of unsheltered individuals that the team has worked with since August up to upwards of 425 individuals. And you know, when we think about the outreach work that the community safety care coordinators are engaged in, often those are more place-based efforts. So we're working in tandem with our public safety departments and our business navigators to identify areas that really need to have a higher touch and participation from the community safety care coordinator teams. We find that that tends to allow for the ability to build greater rapport and to be able to actually shift outcomes in a very successful way. More recently, much of the time that they're putting towards outreach is focused on supporting the assessment efforts as part of our encampment homeless protocol. Last month, I was able to share with you that we are wrapping up a hiring process for 2 community enrichment coordinators. We're very close to finalizing that. These staff will support some of these place-based efforts, specifically starting around the place network investigation work that's happening, as well as other priority areas determined by Mayor and Council. We recently onboarded a staff assistant and also a data analyst. And our data analyst, Juan Moreno, is currently spending time in each of the public safety departments, getting trained and working with their data teams. And the work that Juan and those other data teams are engaged in right now is going to be really valuable as we continue to use a data-driven approach to really make sure we're putting the right work in the right hands. So that work is really starting to take off and is very exciting. And then lastly, I just want to mention briefly that Lee Hopkins and myself have had the pleasure of partnering with Public Safety Communications Department to really start working with our 911 call takers to learn how they see opportunities for rethinking the way that we respond to some of the calls that they're receiving. And I just want to thank Chief McDonough and Jeff Kuhn and Tina Cervantes for their leadership in that effort. And so that's very exciting work, and I hope to be able to provide more detail on that alongside Jeff and Director McDonough at a later point. Thank you. Frankie Villegas, our Small Business Navigator lead, will present next.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, Mayor Romero, council members. Thank you for trusting me with this task. I would like to share that we expanded our services beyond offering technical assistance, trainings, navigating the process of starting a business in the city of Tucson. So we're now helping businesses with paperwork if they want to report graffiti, abandoned shopping carts, whatever assistance they need, we're basically helping them with that as well, and we are tracking the progress. We're hosting roundtables with the businesses and our resource partners We created one QR code where they can just go directly to us, so they don't have to go to different departments. I am participating with the task force. We finalized a business resource guide that is going to be translated in English and Spanish. So we'll send you a copy of that next week. Let's see. The business navigators, we are ready to provide assistance, bilingual, bicultural. We want to make sure that we're keeping track of the reporting. And we want to provide a wraparound services so the businesses can continue to run a successful and safe business. And with that, I'd like to pass it to Chief Casimir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council, City Manager. Meaningful solutions to complex problems come through strategic investment and ongoing evaluation on the impact of our actions. On that note, I commend city leadership that's present in front of me today by moving community safety, health, and wellness from vision to implementation with significant investment demonstrated by my colleagues that spoke before me. Why is this important as a chief of police? I can tell you I was able to travel around the country a little bit last year and meet with my colleagues from across the country. And as the 33rd largest city in the country, I can tell you the investment that you've made has been far more significant and meaningful than other cities that I've traveled to. The investment that you've made has really put the right work in the right hands and freed up limited resources within my organization to not only support the colleagues that spoke before you today, but also to transition back into some traditional enforcement activities. And I want to talk a little bit about enforcement. There is a narrative that I've heard as I work my way around the city on a weekly basis. And I want to be clear with the community, as I do, and I have speaking engagement opportunities, that I have been nothing but supported by every single one of you in front of me today in my approach to take a meaningful action and thoughtful approach to enforcement when that's appropriate, whether it be narcotics enforcement, violent crime, or some of the challenges that we face with our unsheltered population. Root cause issues is something that I've spent a lot of time focusing on last year, and I will continue to do so in 2023. Narcotics, fentanyl, opiates, and methamphetamine are a contributing factor to many of the issues that we face in our community, and is certainly contributing to the expansion of our mental health issues that we have in our unsheltered population increase in Tucson. 468 overdose deaths occurred in Pima County and basically Metro Tucson last year. That's a shocking number, 468. 271 of those were fentanyl. And as a chief of police, I want to be clear. One pill can kill. One pill that's not manufactured appropriately or consumed by somebody who hasn't done it before can take the life of an individual. We had over 200 Narcan deployments last year where Tucson Police Department officers deployed in an effort to save our community members' lives. Just in January, from January 9th to 13th of this year, we had 15 fentanyl overdoses, which was 5 more than the Phoenix Valley. So it's really going to take a holistic approach of the investment that you've made and your continued support of the Tucson Police Department for a component of accountability to have a measured approach to solving such a challenging issue. Ongoing work with my system partners, which include everything that I provided in written format for you before today's meeting, but the Pima County Attorney's Office, the judicial partners, city court judges, Superior Court judges, in our investment in deflection programs, the STEPS program, which is supportive treatment and engagement program, and drug court post-conviction, which are 3 different programs that offer treatment instead of arrest at different points of contact with law enforcement. And why I want to close with that, because it's so important. The solution, in my perspective as a chief of police, is not using incarceration as treatment. Incarceration does not generally result in somebody coming out of jail in a better position than they went in if they're dealing with substance misuse. And I share that lens with you as a chief of police and a family who've lost their lives to opiates, and a sibling who's a recovering addict. What I would tell you is that what I've called for with my staff is a thoughtful approach to a continuum of accountability. That means every individual that we come across within the community is a unique individual. They have unique life experiences and they have a unique set of challenges. And so I close with just appreciation for my colleagues who spoke before you, the leadership. This is not easy. I know that on a daily, weekly basis, all of you are under a tremendous amount of pressure to come up with immediate solutions, as am I. But I do believe, I remain optimistic moving into 2023, that through your investment and the dedicated staff that is before you today and all of the folks that work for us, that we will continue to have meaningful solutions here in Tucson. Thank you.
Mayor,
Chief.
just to
Go ahead,
wrap
Mr.
up,
Claire.
a couple things. One, to hear just a 2-minute snippet from each of the staff members doesn't really give it justice in terms of the magnitude of what we're faced with and what we are doing and deploying internally. I did provide in the materials a list of the task force members. That group or a portion of that group gets together every Thursday morning at 10:30. We make sure that we're all on the same page. If there's a pivot or there's an evolution of conversation needs to happen, we do it then, and we make real-time decisions. I attend those, I chair those, because it's that important that we are on the same page. Also included in that, you'll note that we do have 2 Pima County representatives. There's usually one for sure, and sometimes both. Steve Holmes and Francisco Garcia, deputy administrators for Pima County, attend as well. And I think it's important that we demonstrate that because the region has to come together on this issue. So Mayor, again, I'm looking for some feedback. If you have any thoughts, if what you see out in the community needs to be tweaked, we need to know that so we can make those adjustments. And I would also suggest that those meetings are open to you all. If you're going to attend the 10:30 meetings, just know that we try to get them finished in 30 minutes. So there's not a lot of time for more than just everybody reports, what do you need, make decisions, and we move on. But you're welcome to observe that. Those are in person, they are not virtual, and they are not hybrid, they are in person. So the folks are sitting across the table from one another. Mayor, happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I really appreciate your brisk putting this task force together when we asked for it. It's really incredible work that the task force, and by task force it includes not just TPD and community safety, health and wellness, housing community development through the Housing First program, but also Environmental Services Department. It includes Pima County. It includes fire. It includes a multitude of departments that have to do with this particular issue. And now your addition of the small business program manager is incredibly important. What I would like to say is a couple of things. One, that I am glad to hear from the chief regarding his enforcement efforts, especially on historical locations where trespassing, open-air narcotics, drug use, narcotics and paraphernalia, possession and sales, shoplifting nuisances, and that occur is being targeted for the benefit of the safety of our community and the businesses that are suffering through this with us. I believe that including Pima County, specifically the Board of Supervisors, the Deputy County Administrators, both Dr. Garcia and Mr. Holmes, is absolutely important. The conversations that are happening with our Pima County Attorney's Office and with our Pima County Sheriff, talking about including pretrial services is important. So I really appreciate Pima County paying close attention and being a good partner on this issue with us. Also worth noticing is the housing, Arizona Department of Housing grant, the $2 million that have been included so that we can help cleanup efforts and the expansion of the homeless work program through this $2 million grant is equally important. I'm going to share a little bit more with you about my trip to Washington, D.C. and my visits with the different departments that I met, but important to this conversation are two conversations that I had. One with the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Justice, Vanita Gupta, who I spoke with and thanked them for including us in the National Public Safety Partnership Grant, which that particular grant, thanks to the work of Chief Kasmar and his team at TPD, we were able to receive, few cities throughout the country received this grant, and the Deputy Secretary talked to us about how this particular grant will open the door to the department and the additional funds that are available to communities like Tucson. The other conversation that I had, and I was really happy to hear, was with Housing Urban Development. And when I walked into the meeting, the first thing that I heard from one of the assistant administrators was, we love what Tucson is doing with their Housing First program, and we love Brandy Champion. So I just want to let you know that Brandy and our Housing First program is being noticed, not just from the federal government, but around the country, in terms of it being a model on how to use an evidence-based program to advance our cause. Because at the end of the day, our cause is to eliminate homelessness and get to the root cause, as the chief says, of unsheltered homelessness in our community. So just wanted to share that with you all. I know that we need to do more. And we can do more. And each and every person around this table, my colleagues and the administrators, are trying to do everything we possibly can to attack this issue in every way that we possibly can. And just rest assured that we are not alone in this, unfortunately. It's every city in America is going through these issues. And I was very clear with President Biden's administration that cities need help. And we need a federal approach to the issues that cities are tackling. We're doing lots of very good things, and I appreciate your action plan draft. I would highly suggest that the action plan draft is reviewed by the Pima County Board of Supervisors and or our deputy county administrators so that they can give us their feedback. And I also encourage our own departments to review this plan. And when you sit for that 30-minute meetings at the task force, I would encourage every department to speak up if they feel that our efforts are not working. And I encourage each and every one of my council colleagues around this table to speak up if you all believe that the efforts that the city of Tucson is doing are not working, if we need to do more, if we need to do things differently. So I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, open it up for my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Cunningham.
So a few things, and I'd like to thank Brandy and Sarah and the team for all the work they've been doing. We've had really good interaction. I'm making about 1 or 2 street contacts a week. Our team is placing people as we're able to find spaces. We've toured, I think I've now toured 14. I haven't toured all 14 homeless shelters that operate in Tucson, but I know I've been to at least 10 or 11 of them in the last year. And when you write down all of the different factors, it's, we always say this is a complex thing, but the problem is that sometimes when something seems so complex, nobody goes, all right, well, let's start analyzing how complex it is. So you can write down, I wrote down 21 things the other day that are symptoms of homelessness. Everything from reentry to trauma to mental health to addiction. And then I thought of this phrase. There's this phrase from the 50s, Ollie Ollie Oxenfree. Anybody remember Ollie Ollie Oxenfree? Like at the end of Hide and Go Seek, like truce, come out, right? It's the same thing here. One of the things we're finding out is in some of my encounters at the camps, we've got folks with warrants. And not only do they have warrants, they got warrants at 3 different courts, and they're scared. They don't even really want to talk to anybody because they don't want to go to jail. And not only that, not only do they not want to go to jail, some of them don't want to even start that process. And that's okay. But we've got to figure out a way to have all that at the table. I was talking with the manager yesterday about this, and we had questions. In fact, I've talked to the city attorney about this too. Like, what happens when a person has warrants in multiple jurisdictions? What happens if a person's on a technical violation when they were previously on probation 6 years ago and have a warrant coming back to town? Or we have situations where we've got folks that are pending, say, like a jaywalking or a trespass, and then they're arrested again. They're pending 5, 6, 7 different minor charges that, again, we don't have a specific program for them. And we don't really want to keep fighting them or throw the book at them because then we're not the ones who are there to help them. So how do we meet them where they are and encourage them to meet us where we are? And those are some of the things. Well, we really can't do that until we have those courts aligned up a little bit. It's great that our court, our city court, has a homeless court. That's awesome. We have a veterans court. We have specialty courts. That's awesome. And so do they. But I don't know how much interaction is. I know there's some, but I don't know if it's seamless. I don't know if our own judges can quash warrants in other jurisdictions and hear matters. Like, if we've got a guy in front of us, and we could at least look on the computer at the justice court or at Agave and go, oh, hey man, you're pending this too, and you've got warrants here too. Why don't we go ahead and quash those for you and have that mechanism there for them? And hey, if you want to engage our system, we can. One of the things we've talked about is the Tucson, the THWP, a program that Richard Fimbres brought from Albuquerque and pioneered here. And how can we integrate that program with some of our shelter placement? So you get all this talk, and you're talking about these 21 things and these 14 shelters and these 5 courts and all this stuff. And you're going, oh my God, this is really complex. Remember what I said at the beginning? At some point, we've got to get as many players into the room as we can. At some point, we've just got to get everybody at the table of brother and sisterhood for one day and say, hey, let's look at everybody across the table in the eye and see kind of where we are. I think we have an opportunity to do that. My proposal is that we approach the judges, the county attorney, the city attorney, the chief, the sheriff, whoever we got, along with some of our partners at La Frontera and OPT, our providers, and definitely the VA, and say, hey, let's have a summit of some type where we all take an inventory of what we got, and we've got this mishmash, and see if we can kind of line it up a little more. And it'll be a complex line. I'm not saying there's a straight line up and down. And maybe we can take a look at our continuum. The other thing we're finding is with the 14 shelters we have, they all employ different strategies. And we know for a fact that no shelter is one size fits all, because everybody has different reasons, a myriad of different reasons. And it's like whack-a-mole, trying to say, oh, well, we need to pigeonhole this guy into this. It's like trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. You can't do it. So what we've got to try to do is bring everyone together and say, hey, you know what? Stay here tonight, but man, if I got a placement for you, I know where's a better spot for you. And we do this in school right now too. I'm an elected teacher by trade. I hope you guys all know that. And in teaching PE, I learned that this year. It's not like when we went to school and you take PE and you dress out no matter what and climb the rope and otherwise you get in. It's not like that anymore. It's, hey, what's the best class for this kid? Well, hey, what's the best shelter for this client? What's the best program for this client? What can we do? Well, we can't even do anything until we get everybody at the table to talk about what we got. So I'm proposing this shelter, and I'm asking staff to help me set it up. And I want to thank the mayor for kind of helping me and backing me on this idea, because I think it's a good thing to do, and I think it's the right thing to do. We've already reached out to partners, and in principle, it's kind of like, let's do this. That's a great idea, gee whiz. But no one really ever said, let's make it official and get this thing rolling. So I want to make it official today. So with that, I don't know if I need a motion, but I'd like to make an informal staff direction that we work on putting this shelter, this summit, if you will, this unsheltered summit together in the next 30 days.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I know, and based on your request, you have been talking about this for some time, so I credit you for really shepherding this concept. I know that from the task force, there's other individual conversations that are happening outside of the task force conversation. I know that Chief is talking with our Pima County Attorney, Laura Conover, and the Sheriff's Department. One of the first steps, I believe, before we move on to putting this summit together is the preliminary planning piece, which you and I are part of this preliminary planning and preliminary conversations, so that when we get to a summit, we could actually get out of that summit with goals. And looking for a facilitator that can help get us to the goals that we want to set for that summit is important. And to be honest with you, the summit shouldn't be people pointing the fingers or throwing rotten tomatoes at any, whether it's Pima County or the city of Tucson. It should be a productive conversation, setting goals for all of us and making sure that we come after the summit, we come out with a better system, a better process for the issues that we have. So with that, I don't think you need direction, Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, the only thing I would say, so I agree with you. I don't think we need direction, and I'll work with the council member to, memorialize his concept there. I would suggest that we not look at the next 30 days. I know, Mayor, we've been trying to have a retreat, which will take a lot of energy and effort. So what I would suggest is, let me get with the council member during the next update, which is 30 days from now. I can give you a report, and then we can by then have a draft agenda and maybe a little more formalized thought there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We can give you flexibility on the time. As you know, this is a pressing issue. Councilmember Cunningham, I just want to make sure that you know that we do have a meeting, a preliminary meeting with County Attorney Conover, yourself, myself, the city manager, John Lesher, the new board chair of the Board of Supervisors, Chair Grijalva, as well as Sheriff Anano. So that's coming. Our office is putting that together, making sure that you're informed through it. And as we work through that, actually, I forgot, we also are inviting Chief Casmar to that meeting so that we can have a good, and Mike Rankin, I'm forgetting people, and Mike Rankin, to make sure that we have a good conversation and then plan on how to move ahead after that preliminary meeting. I do see my colleagues' hands, Councilwoman Lee's hand up and Councilmember Fimbres' hand. So because they're virtual, I'll give them first choice. So Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, acknowledge my appreciation for everyone's words today, from you, Mayor, to my colleagues on the council, to all of the updates from our team members. I'm just really grateful for the work that everyone is doing every day. And as everyone has alluded to, this is such a complex issue, and I'm just really happy to be working with each of you during this time. Just wanted to acknowledge City Manager, the great draft of the action plan. Really appreciate all the work that went into, as I say, kind of pulling the threads together into something that's visible. And I hope that we can, as the mayor said, circulate that, get feedback on that, and make that public, maybe in a way that we have with other plans, so people can see the real-time status against those objectives. So great work to the team. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike, how have the service providers and agencies that have helped the homeless work on the city's plan, and what has feedback been on their efforts so far? Or have you invited them to come and listen to feedback yet?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, we've had many conversations with the service providers throughout the region. The response has been good, and I emphasize good, not necessarily great, not because the social service folks are pushing back, but I think it's really an opportunity for us to focus their services because traditionally it was, catch as catch can, as opposed to a very targeted and focused effort. Our team, both in the Housing First as well as under the Community Safety, Health and Wellness Program, are coordinating very directly with some of those social service agencies. A part of the ongoing effort is to really bring them in closer to understand what it is that they can offer, because in some instances, there's assumptions made about the resources that they have available, which may not be accurate. And so we're engaging them and bringing them very close to the effort, and I believe we're making some good progress on that. I hope to have even more detail for you next time we get together.
Thank you. The other thing, Madam Mayor, is the FEMA blankets. This is the third time we've had rerouted our blankets distribution. Probably bringing it to us in February when it starts getting warmer. We need it during the time when it's the coldest time. It's the third time I've had to deal with this stuff. I've asked Congressman Grijalva again to intercede for us. Back then it was Martha McSally. Helped us intercede for us too. Mr. Kelly, I'm asking him also. This blanket, it's colder than heck. It's freeze alerts are on. These guys don't want to go. The other thing is we need to come up with a different identification of how do you define homelessness. The mental health issues, a lot of mental health people just don't want to be in the house. A lot of veterans suffer from PTSD, don't want to be undercover. Challenges. The other thing is we should hit the military up for the use of the mobile showers, so we have more areas to distribute it with the work crews. Another thing we should continue to still need to move forward on, Madam Mayor. We have a homeless coalition meeting on Thursday. I'll bring this up and let the providers look at the information, get you more feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. And we do have Director Morales from Housing Community Development to answer your question about the FEMA blankets.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. We know that the FEMA blankets are being shipped and will be delivered within the next couple of weeks, so we will be able to distribute that to all our organizations. So that is very soon, and as soon as they are in place, we will send out a message, so Mayor and Council is aware of that.
The other thing is we have organizations that refuse to accept pets, providers, or their significant others to come with them, to hang out with them. We need to lower some of these barriers that they set up for them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge one thing that is the part of the conversation that we're in. We have been able to purchase these hotels and properties to provide low barrier shelter to the unhoused in Tucson because of the American Rescue Plan Act and because this mayor and council has decided that that's where we wanted to invest in terms of transformational investment with federal funds. And so I did want to thank, and this reminded me that Councilmember Fimbres talked about a congressional delegation. Our congressional delegation, Congressman Grijalva and Kirkpatrick at that time, and our Senators Sinema and Kelly really pushed for the American Rescue Plan for cities to receive funds directly. And these are the types of things that we can do with direct funds from the federal government. Transformational, structural change of how we deliver services to those that need it the most. And then before I forget, I do want to thank Councilmember Fimbres because this has been his priority in helping the unsheltered in our community and in his work with Second Chance programs for many years now. And it was because of Councilmember Fimbres that we created the Homeless Work Program. And now, because of federal funds, we've been able to expand that program with Old Pueblo Community Services. So with that, Council Member Santa Cruz and then Council Member Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to our team for all their amazing work. I feel like I see y'all weekly as we're trying to tackle all of these challenges, so thank you. Like you mentioned, Mayor, I think, again, the pandemic, receiving these federal funds allowed for us to have more of an impact in our community rather than waiting for other nonprofit organizations to seek out grant money and figure out how to address a lot of these challenges, because we do have a role to play. And at the end of the day, the community comes to us to see what are we doing about these social issues that we're confronting. And so I know that from the time I was staff in your office that we were talking about housing first, and how do we normalize giving people dignified shelter and not saying that they need to address their mental health, their substance abuse, or get job training first. That it was so important that we help stabilize people by having dignified shelter, a roof over their head, and then offering them the services. We know that traditional programs require people to jump through hoops to get housing, and so I'm not sure of the shelters that are in our community right now that do require a treatment first strategy. Are they at full capacity or are they not? Are we in conversations with them? Is, I think, a piece of it. The other one, as you know, we've done a good job with transitional housing for our unsheltered, but I'm going to continue to challenge us that we need to have a congregate low barrier shelter so that we can more significantly provide shelter for more people in our community. I also wanted to, let folks know that the point in time count is happening tomorrow. And this is a time that in the county, we are, we're counting, how many people are out unsheltered. And so tomorrow, my staff will be joining Pima County and the rest of the country to conduct this point in time count. But based off, the projections from the increase we've been seeing post the pandemic, we expect that those numbers will be pretty high. But we need to have a metric for what it is then we need to do on our end as far as housing and services that we need to meet that demand and that need. So I just, want to thank everybody for their work. I feel that working with the city team, city manager that you've assembled, it's people that care and are passionate about all members of our community and are thoughtful. We just had a meeting with small businesses on South 12th Avenue last week, and I'm just constantly grateful and in awe of all our city team members and how they're showing up for community. So with that, we still have a lot of work to do, so I appreciate these monthly updates and check-ins about where we're at.
And I don't know, Mr. Manager, if you wanted to respond to the question about beds, additional beds. I know that I call them high barrier shelters, but there's treatment first shelters versus housing first shelters. If you could add to the conversation in terms of unused beds, I would appreciate it.
Sure, Mayor. So there certainly is opportunity to have conversation about any unused beds. And I think the discussion is, okay, what does it look like to take advantage of those potential unused beds? And so I know we have had some discussions with some of our partners in that space. And I'm hopeful that we can make some progress towards utilization of that space, because there is value that's sitting there, and we should be able to, as a community, hopefully count on those beds, particularly when it gets cold and all the things that go along with that this time of year. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to add my thanks from all my colleagues, echo what they said, my thanks to the leadership from the mayor and manager, and the incredible work that the team is doing. I never thought when I was elected a year ago that homelessness would be the #1 issue we deal in my ward office. 70% of our calls are people reporting with some concern about impacts to themselves or their business, or some concerns for the people who have found themselves in homelessness. There's a spectrum of compassion, is what we call it. And I think we're doing a lot, and thank you very much. One question that's come up recently because it's been cold, and I think I've expressed before this concern about warming fires and them getting out of hand, and we've had some examples in parks where that's happened. What is our protocol and procedure for dealing with warming fires when those are reported?
I'm going to let the chief respond to the specifics. However, what I will do is remind you the memo that I sent you, which really outlines what the protocol is for us. And as we are responding to a report of a warming fire, the intent is to obviously deal with that, but it does not mean that it has to be dealt with in the context of uniformed or commissioned personnel. So as we get these calls, we try to deploy other resources to educate those folks that might be having fires out. But certainly they need to be addressed. They are not allowed within the city limits outside of the protocol or outside of the constraints that we've already provided. But I want to remind you that that was the piece that I've directed the staff. So I'll let the chief respond in more detail.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, thank you for the question. So the protocol is this: the city's fire code prohibits any type of outside fire outside an approved container, on private property with the permission of the owner, or on public spaces with an appropriate permit. So that leads to the issue of warming fires, cooking fires associated with homeless activity. The guidance and direction is that we are enforcing the fire code when we are summoned to an event where there is an outside fire and it does not meet the criteria that are permissible. Then our crews are directed to work with the individuals there, either to have them extinguish the fire in the presence of our crew, or our crew extinguishes the fire and then leaves.
Thank you both. That's great answers. Thank you.
Any other comments? Vice Mayor? Okay. Just wanted to announce that we will be hosting Jeff Olivet, the Executive Director of the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. And basically this particular Interagency Council on Homelessness is a federal approach to our local task force. The federal government is putting together departments across the federal agencies to tackle homelessness for cities throughout the country. And so Mr. Olivet is the executive director of that agency. They are coming to visit the city of Tucson because of our Housing First approach and the work that we're doing there. Most recently, President Biden put out into the universe a 25% reduction of homelessness, unsheltered homelessness by 2025. And so the federal government is very interested in knowing what the city of Tucson is doing and the evidence that we're producing in terms of its success. So invite my colleagues on the council to attend tomorrow. I know that Liz and her team and Brandy and her team are putting together information and presentation for tomorrow. So we will be more than happy to make sure that they share this information with you, and hopefully you can attend. It's going to be a good conversation to have. So with that, we're going to move on. I don't see the hands of my colleagues that are with us virtually up. So Mr. Ortega, did you want to close off the item?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. We'll be back to you in about 30 days with more info. In the meantime, please let us know if you have any thoughts. We will present this action plan to Pima County formally, ask them for feedback. I'll think about how to put it out. Maybe we'll put it on the website just as a way of getting some feedback from folks that are maybe engaged in this space. And then we'll continue to report back to you on a regular basis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that we're also involving our nonprofit partners that provide services like Primavera and O Pueblo Community Foundation, and any others that you believe could be partners in this work that we're doing. With that, we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside to discuss the recommendations from the PAG Management Committee and the RTA Technical Management Committee, as well as the upcoming PAG Regional Council and RTA Board agenda. I would like to request that we meld item 5 and item 6 together a bit, because item 6 is a discussion on the development of the draft RTA sales tax extension plan. So, Mr. Manager, go ahead and start us off with this conversation.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. And I think it is smart to put those two together, and I'll walk you through why I think that's a good idea. So normally, you have a meeting, Mayor, with the City of Tucson's RTA Board representative shortly after the council meeting. So that would have been this week. That has been moved. I think they're still looking for a date. It'll be probably in the middle part of February, as I understand it. So we'll get together again before that. So if there's any specific suggestions or recommendations that we would give to you as staff for you to consider as an entity, which then could translate into action on the RTA board. The PAG piece of this, though, is a report on the TMC ad hoc committee that worked with the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee, in the development of the RTA Next plan. So the conversation was really one of trying to figure out how we could gather the TMC and the CAC together and talk through, in a formal manner, some of the issues, some of the constraints regionally, if you will, that both have. They have very different perspectives. The Technical Management Committee is, in fact, that basically the managers and technical folks in the region. Citizens Advisory Committee is basically lay people that get together and have a conversation around transportation issues. And so those two perspectives are extremely important as we put the plan together. And so the opportunity to gather the two groups was what happened and occurred. I will tell you that there were no formal actions taken by the TMC or the CAC. It was a conversation with the CAC. There was a list of suggestions that were made just by some of the members. I mentioned last time that I did have some concerns because of one project in particular, which was Marion Cleveland Way, which was taken at least as not being very important and potentially even eliminated from the list. I expressed concern on your behalf without having talked to Councilmember Lee. I know that that's one of the only projects in Ward 4 that was as a part of RTA Next. Without delving too much into the detail of all of those discussions, what I would suggest, Mayor, is that there's some high-level conversations that need to happen. So first and foremost, there's a recognition that the named project list is before you. You have it, you've seen it before, it's not new. At some point, the City of Tucson needs to take a stand on that, if you will. But keep in mind that Sam and I are your representatives on the TMC, and we have been moving with the expectation that that list is pretty close to the final list, if you will. Certainly, there's a lot of opportunity yet to have conversation at the CAC and at the RTA board, but at some point there needs to be a conversation around that. The other piece that's important, Mayor, and I think you teed it up last time, was a conversation around the bus rapid transit component, the potential expansion or extension of the streetcar. Both of those are important to talk through because they can be either on the named project list, which means then that those finite dollars need to change in terms of the chemistry, or as a part of the transit component, if that's the recommendation. Now, keep in mind that the dollars, depending on which grant is ultimately obtained, assuming we're successful, the local match is in the vicinity of for the bus rapid transit in the $100 to $120 million range, which again is significant dollars. For an extension of the streetcar, the local match would be in the $400 million range. Those are very significant dollars and would change the chemistry of either the named projects or the allocation of the transit component within the RTA Next. Keep in mind that Currently, the goal is 1.1 billion in that ballpark. I think it's 1.3, but I discount those projects that are recommended to carry over from the current RTA. So new projects are in the $1.1 billion range. They are currently looking at about 1.4 billion, so there's still work yet to be cut there. The transit component is $500 million, at least that's what has been recommended, and I believe that direction may have come from the board, although it was, I wouldn't go as far as to say it is an absolute. That's the starting point for those conversations. So I'm sorry to bombard you with all these numbers, but I think it's important we start having these discussions so that ultimately, Mayor, you're able to go forth and carry the message to the RTA board. Thank you, Mayor.
So, City Manager Ortega, I think that just to simplify all of the detail that you've given us in your introduction, I need input from my colleagues on the council to make sure that I take the ideas and concepts to the RTA board that we want. So, for example, back in 2006, RTA plan had certain plan elements. It was multimodal, roadway corridor, safety element, environmental. Well, back in October of 2021, this particular mayor and council said, we want those categories to change because here we are 20 years later, and there are different priorities that this particular mayor and council have. We forwarded $600 million worth of corridor projects, but we also said that we wanted additional categories, which included pavement maintenance and repair, safety projects and programs, public transportation service improvements, bicycle and pedestrian accessibility, traffic signal technology, and transit capital projects. And so that's the Move Tucson framework that the citizens of Tucson approved. They wanted and needed investment in. And so I'd like to further highlight how important it is for me to hear about your input on what I take back to the RTA board so that we can start forming the possibility, the potential for an RTA next plan. So with that, I'd like to open it up for my colleagues on the council in terms of some direction. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to be talking about something to do with the RTA that's not ranting about how they're ignoring our needs to do First Avenue. But RTA needs a lot more money in the categorical segments, which you mentioned, funding safety and other forms of transit. The time for ever widening through roads through Tucson, I think, is over. Let's see how well we've done once we complete these major ones, and I think we can go for a long time moving the traffic that needs to be moved on those. But foot traffic, bicycle traffic, public transport, we're nowhere near where we should be. And all of those help get people out of cars, so it helps people in cars as well, because it clears traffic for them. We are in a climate crisis with looming impacts that are almost impossible and horrifying to imagine. And getting people off of fossil fuel powered transportation is one of the keys, and it will be an important part of our climate action and adaptation plan. In my ward in particular, we are investigating, the city is investigating, and I think we definitely do need to commit to a major north-south transit, public transit. And it looks like bus rapid transit from the existing Tohono Tadai Transit Center to downtown, the dedicated bus lane would be the simplest, not easy or inexpensive, but the best way to accomplish this. So it creates an easily accessible route that would serve our neighbors to the north. If they want to come downtown, they can park near Tucson Mall, get on rapid transit and be downtown without the parking worries that seem to plague people who are concerned about coming downtown. There's great parking here, but this would make it easy and would keep a lot of traffic out of the city, the downtown city. In addition, we've known that these public transit routes are an economic engine for developing businesses along them and for developing multi-unit housing, and affordable housing would be great to locate upon them. The Tucson Mall is right there. There's plenty of current businesses that would benefit, and it would help fill in some of the empty storefronts that plague Ward 3. So I would love to see that thrive in the 05 area as an important element as part of the RTA. Thanks for the opportunity to suggest it.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Any others? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, Mayor, I think you said it best about the categoricals, and we know that it's frustrating to be working off of a 2006 RTA categories when so much has changed, like inflation, the loss of affordable housing, the realities of climate change, as mentioned. So we definitely need this next RTA, the categoricals, to take that into account. And especially, like I mentioned at the previous meeting, the city's aging infrastructure, particularly with repair, maintenance, and improvements to our current system. And also an opportunity to look at the future of our transit system. It's been mentioned, like the routes to service, but also having a dedicated funding source to have it fare-free system-wide so that everybody in the region can benefit from that. So thank you for continuing to push on this, and I wholeheartedly support the push for more investment in the categories.
Just as we move along in the conversation, back in October of 2021, the city of Tucson, mayor and council gave direction to use the categories in Move Tucson. So I'd like to hear your thoughts in terms of, creating these new categories, which included, I just read them, pavement maintenance and repair, bicycle and pedestrian accessibility improvements, traffic signal technology, and then, of course, transit capital projects on their own outside of the multimodal roadway corridor element. So I'm going to go to the vice mayor, and then I do see Councilwoman Lee's hand is up as well.
So I'm sorry to disappoint Kevin, but as soon as you said it's nice to not have to talk about being ignored, I was writing down the word ignored. So the reality is that they are ignoring our complete streets input in the categorical elements that we suggested. There has been no change in what was on the 2006 ballot versus what they're proposing for 20 years later. I mean, zero in terms of the description of the elements. And so if the director could script a better way to get us to figure out a way to go our own way, he couldn't do it better than what he is. Let's just forget about what the city of Tucson has been saying. We'll keep going down this path and do our own thing. So you're asking about input onto the categories. Yes, they need to at least have a public conversation about what we put on the table. And if they have reasons for blowing that off, then fine, let's hear them. I want to see and I've said this at a prior council meeting, I didn't put a bunch of road widening projects in when Sam and his team came and asked for what do you want to see in Ward 6 in Midtown. It was safety elements. It was things like more hawklets. It was things things that that complement the complete streets outside the curb line, and how do you get from one side of the street to the other and down the street on the outside of the drive lanes elements. And so that's what's fundamentally missing from the perspective of Midtown. So focus on the safety elements. The financial allocations are completely out of whack. We've had this conversation before too. If they are serious about expanding transit region-wide, bus rapid or fixed rail, then the dollars they have on the table make no sense whatsoever. I do have a question about, and I'll finish up in a second. Vail seems to be getting substantially more projects awarded through the CAC. They also have one of the representatives on there who's leading an Incorporate Vail movement down there. And so I guess my question is, if Vail gets more projects, do they count against the Pima County $600 million? Or if they incorporate, is that an all-new set of $600 million projects that everybody else has to now divvy up for one another? I know there's a lot of support for incorporation, but as long as we're talking about this whole region-wide approach, if we get another region, if we get another regional partner, which is to say an incorporated Vail, do they count against everybody else's allocations? Finally, they are arguably, potentially statutorily in violation already on the delivery of the 2006 ballot commitments. Perhaps Farhad can come and explain to us how they're going to front-load projects into RTA Next, not have them count against everybody's $600 million allocation, project budgets, shift transit to the roadway elements, which is what they're proposing to do, and avoid defaulting again 15 years from now. I mean, those are just kind of arithmetic considerations. There's this bumper sticker that's floating around that he may see many more of soon. RTA needs Tucson. Tucson doesn't need the RTA. That is gaining some traction, and this conversation is germane to that. As of today, based on this conversation, we might be better off going it alone. Those are my thoughts.
Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's always interesting to hear the different needs from other folks in the ward, because just the opposite of the Vice Mayor, the 4 projects that are really priority that are on attachment C for Ward 4 are all about widening. As everyone knows, Wards 4, Wards 5, that's where our growth is happening, and we're really lacking the infrastructure to support that growth, and it's painfully visible. So I will send some additional details to you, Mayor, so you can carry the message forward. But the top really 4 priorities that are on attachment C for us in Ward 4 are Marianne Cleveland Way to Houghton Road, widening that, Harrison Road, golf links to Irvington, widening that. We will have the bridge completed as part of the current RTA over the Pantano Wash, but widening is really the next step of what we need to accomplish to have capacity out in Ward 4. Irvington, Cole to Houghton, widening to 4 lanes, and Colossal Cave Road, city limit to Dawn Drive, widening to 4 lanes. Those are our priorities.
Sitting here with these projects, how then are they going to,
Hold on just a second.
We got them.
Oh, okay, good. I'm sorry, Councilwoman, for the interruption. Can you finish your thought?
Yes, Mayor, I'll just send you the 4 key priorities for Ward 4 so that you can have that context. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Councilmember Cunningham.
Well, I think that any transit program that's set up into this RTA shouldn't count against us. That's kind of a hard ground for me. I'm going to have some hard ground. Also, the Houghton project that's we're punting on, that's in my ward, in favor of getting the Ward 4 East Side projects done. That's not going to get to count against us any either. That's also my hard ground. Like, that's hard. Like, that isn't just hard ground. That is like diamond ground. All right, that's like a non-negotiable. Then we got to really talk about, and Steve's absolutely right. We've really got to talk about the go it alone piece and kind of all the things that go into that. So I'd say that I want to try to make this thing work. I really do. But I'm starting to get Herb Brooks syndrome. You guys ever heard of Herb Brooks? Herb Brooks was the coach of the 1980 hockey team. And one of his favorite sayings was, it's getting worse. He'd tell players, you're getting worse every day and you're playing like it's the middle of next month. Every single time we talk about the RTA, it's getting worse every day, and we're talking like it's the middle of next month. I mean, and it's true. So I hope this conversation pivots at some point, but right now I'm not holding my breath.
Any others? Councilmember Fimbres?
Okay, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think we need to go with a strong mission, looking at equality around the area. Like Nikki says, Ward 4 and Ward 5 are the growth areas right now. And make sure our road infrastructure is there. Transit needs to be there also. Streetcar from Tucson to the airport is important because long-term sustainability. A lot of issues, Madam Mayor, and I hope, wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you for the input. I really appreciate it. So a couple of things, Vice Mayor, and then we could kind of finalize the
No, this will be
conversation.
real quick, and I just want to make clarification. It is totally appropriate for there to be different priorities depending on what part of town we're in. I mean, we are, 3 and 6, and arguably 1 as well, have completely different circumstances than 4 and 2, for instance, way out is where you do need the expansion, the capacity. So not a conflict at all, Nikki. We just have different realities and where we are. And so I understand the priority thing.
And the future plan needs to be able to understand that as well, right? That there are different priorities even within the city. And we absolutely understand the priorities and needs in other jurisdictions as well. The problem is if the city of Tucson doesn't have the capacity to change these priorities, then it is not good for our residents. So if I'm understanding correctly, I've heard a few of you say that you do want to make sure that the city of Tucson is adding APs for high capacity transit and that it should be its own element or category. And that we do want to move forward with the categories as described in Move Tucson priorities, which are the pavement maintenance and repair, safety projects and programs, public transportation service improvements, bicycle and pedestrian accessibility, traffic signal technology, and then, of course, corridor safety and transit capital projects. Correct? Those are the priorities as we stated back with Move Tucson, and we sent these guiding principles to the RTA board. Vice Mayor?
So yes to that, with the caveat that at least have a public conversation about those categories, and maybe they slide them into some of the 4. But as they do that, they're going to have to adjust the funding allocations as well.
Yes. Absolutely, 100% correct. Mr. Ortega and Mr. Credio, would you like to add any additional information that you might want to share with us?
Mayor, I think, and I'm going to obviously give Sam an opportunity as well. I think the key to the conversation will be a little more specificity. And I don't need that right this minute, but I think what we should probably look at is for the 7th, we'll bring the item back for further discussion. At that point, I will go back and dissect the complete streets plan, how that relates to the categorical. We'll just use the term percentages for now, and then bring that back with some ideas and some thoughts, because I think I hear an interest in additional dollars for transit, which then has to come from somewhere. And so I assume that's from the named projects. So the total number would then go down. That would have to again, we just need to look at what that would ultimately, in terms of the percentage goes, what that would ultimately look like. So I'll bring back some thoughts and some ideas that you all can then consider, which should be in time for your next meeting with the RTA board, Mayor. So.
Mayor, one thing I'll just add, and to answer the Vice Mayor's question, there has not been a discussion about proportional values amongst the jurisdictions relative to the named projects. The named project list is still in draft format and includes projects from the variety of the jurisdictions, but there has not been a discussion about who gets what in terms of breaking up the dollars. I just wanted to answer that question for you. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. That's wonderful. Please bring us back a summary of the conversation we just had. I also heard that we want to make sure that we have additional funds for transit and high capacity transit as well, which would be a BRT. Want to make sure that we have something that my colleagues on the council can review before I head into the next PAG RTA board meeting. Anything else? Alrighty, thank you so much. Really appreciate your input and feedback and the work on this work. Alrighty, thank you. I was getting myself organized, so welcome to the table, Andrew. So we're moving on to item 7, state and national legislation updates. We have a brief presentation by Mr. Greenhill.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Just a couple of quick updates and then to the bills. First, Mayor, you mentioned earlier your trip to DC and your meetings with federal officials. Thank you as always for representing the city in those meetings, and appreciate all the information that we were able to get, especially on upcoming federal grants that I know are important to, towards doing a lot of the different projects and programs that Mayor and Council are seeking. One quick update that actually happened today, and also good news on the housing front. There's been some federal reallocation of ERAP dollars, emergency rental assistance dollars, and Pima County has been awarded some of those dollars. It's not exactly clear what the amount is. I've been communicating with Pima County today, but it's at least $10 million in emergency rental assistance that the county will be receiving. So that's really good news. I let Director Morales know about that and congratulated the county. So that's good news for folks who, as we know, have depended upon those emergency rental assistance dollars for shelter. With that, I'll turn to the bills. First off, I gave to the clerk's office to distribute, I hope you'll get them soon, the 2023 update for the local government directory from the Arizona League of Cities and Towns. So the latest update is there, and you can find out any and all information about contact information for the different cities across Arizona, as well as counties, state offices, and even some of our federal officials. At the state legislature, there's been about 780 bills that have been introduced so far. And I'm bringing to you today about 38 bills for your consideration for taking a position on. Just some highlights. I can answer any questions about any of the bills, but some themes, or at least a few that I'd just like to highlight for you. First, on the housing front, there's House Bill 2085, Income Source Discrimination. This is a bill by Representative Annalise Ortiz, who's a new representative at the state legislature. She's running a bill that would actually change state law to make it so that the source of income cannot be used as a reason for landlords to deny someone a rental, to rent to somebody. Recommending, of course, support for that bill. House Bill 2086, Rental Regulation Preemption Repeal. That's also from Representative Ortiz. This meets the Mayor and Council agenda item, which says that looking for more local tools to deal with increased rents. This bill would give local communities the opportunity to regulate rents if they so choose. Recommend support. House Bill 2256 is a $150 million Housing Trust Fund appropriation. This is a bill by Minority Leader Andres Cano from the Tucson area. This matches what the governor laid out in her State of the State speech to invest $150 million from the State General Fund in the Housing Trust Fund to create new and maintain the amount of affordable housing in Arizona. And then House Bill 2270 is a LIHTC extension bill. This mayor and council has supported even the formation of a state LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit program. And this bill, also by Minority Leader Kano, would increase the amount of tax credits per year from 4 million to 10 million. It would also extend the program 11 more years. Right now it expires in 2025. It would expand the program through 2036, recommending support for that bill. In some other areas I'll mention, there are a couple of water bills worth mentioning. House Bill 2406 and Senate Bill 1079. These are similar bills. If you'll remember last session, one of the key bills for Tucson was to put aside the election requirement for larger cities so that we would be able to access WIFA dollars equally as other cities. This is critical in our efforts to secure federal dollars to address PFAS-related issues. We were able to get a 5-year exemption and for dollars through the bipartisan infrastructure law, an exemption from that election requirement. This bill, or these bills this year, would actually get rid of the election requirement altogether permanently. So we recommend support for those. There are some bills related to drag shows that deal with issues of gender identity. These are bills requested by Councilmember Santa Cruz. They include House Bill 2517, Senate Bill 1026, 1028, 1030, and Senate Bill 1040. All of these bills have issues when it comes to treating people differently based upon their gender identity. These go in contrast to the city's non-discrimination ordinance, which says that it's a policy of this body in the city to oppose discrimination based on gender identity. So staff recommends opposition to those bills. And lastly, I want to mention some of the Good Samaritan bills. These are House Bill 2168 and Senate Bill 1088. These are bills that would make it easier for people to report drug overdoses and get emergency medical assistance. In the past, especially in the cases of people who may have been using illegal drugs or in possession of drug paraphernalia, they wouldn't contact or ask for medical assistance due to fears of being prosecuted. There was a bill a number of years ago that this mayor and council supported that provided for that they would not be prosecuted if they were in good faith seeking medical assistance. That bill is about to expire, and so these bills extend that period for which that exemption would continue. Both Chief Ryan from TPD and Sarah Launius, our program director from Community Safety, Health and Wellness, both recommend support for the bill. So that's just a sense of some of the bills that are in the list and the recommendations thereof. Happy to answer any questions about any of the bills, and as always, would appreciate a motion supporting the recommendations that you support. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please, and then we can get to discussion? Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. And this particular item, also there's space for national legislative updates. And I did want to share with my colleagues on the council my recent trip representing the city of Tucson to the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. While there, I was able to participate in the conference and meet key partners in the federal government. My main objective, of course, as it always has been, is to bring federal dollars home to the city of Tucson. At the conference itself, I was part of a panel addressing immigration issues with the mayor of San Diego, Todd Gloria, as well as the mayor of Mesa, Mayor John Giles, as well as Julie Chavez Rodriguez, Senior Advisor to the President, to discuss the importance, what's been happening at our border, and the importance of federal assistance, and how the administration has been able to act with the lack of action on behalf of Congress, which can work on federal immigration laws. I also participated in a plenary session with Mayor Frances Suarez of Miami and Clarisa Martinez de Castro, the Vice President of the Latino Vote Initiative with Latinos US, participated in the Mayor's Water Council and gave a keynote at the Latino Leaders Network dinner. While in DC, I was able to meet with the housing and urban development officials to advocate for our application, a $15 million Choice Neighborhood Grant that the City of Tucson submitted. Talk about the details of the application with HUD officials and be able to talk about Tucson's housing affordability strategy. I was able to meet separately with the U.S. Department of Energy and the Environmental Protection Agency to share the progress the City of Tucson has made on our EV roadmap, the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan, as well as I shared the information on the work that we're doing on PFAS in partnership with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality and the support of our congressional delegation. I also talked about our recent approval of a green fleet plan. The feedback was very, very positive, especially with the EPA and the Department of Energy and all the work that we're doing with the Climate Action Plan. I met with the Department of Justice, Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta, to share that we are doing what we are doing in Tucson, and to thank them again for their support of Tucson and the Tucson Police Department when we were awarded the 3-year Department of Justice National Public Safety Partnership Grant. We shared our continued concerns about easy access to guns, the necessity of a layered approach to addressing reducing crime and violence, and to share the excitement about our 311 system launch and the partnership between our public safety and community safety departments in the City of Tucson. I also met with FEMA and Homeland Security officials to continue to advocate for the resources we need here in the City of Tucson, in partnership with Pima County and nonprofit organizations to work to serve the needs of asylum seekers in our city. I was always also able to share the innovative work we are doing with our Transform Tucson Fund in my meeting with the Small Business Administration. Isabel Casillas Guzman is the administrator of the Small Business Administration, which President Biden elevated to a cabinet-level position because of his work wanting to elevate the needs of small businesses. I also had a little bit of fun at MSNBC, where I was able to participate in a roundtable of mayors, Mayor of Denver, Mayor of Miami, and Mayor of Philadelphia. Had a little bit of a really interesting and important conversation about the needs of cities with Jose Diaz-Balart. As we discuss the needs of every city in America and what we're all doing to talk about and do, right? Mayors, as we like to say, mayors are doers, along with the help of our council colleagues. And, we were able to talk about all of the important work that we are doing here as mayor and council in the City of Tucson. Again, I'd like to reiterate that my most important mission while in DC is to brag about the amazing work that we're doing here in the City of Tucson, but also to make sure that I take advantage of each and every one of those meetings to ask for federal dollars so that we can bring the most federal dollars to the programs that we are putting into practice here in the City of Tucson. One of my goals for 2023 is to implement the innovative policies that this council has been able to move forward. So implementation is the word of the year for me, and bringing every single federal dollar that we can to help us meet our goals. So with that, we move on to, if there's no other comments or questions, we move on to item 8, which is discussion of regular agenda. Anyone have any items to remove from the consent? Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remove item 5C3 from regular session consent agenda for liquor license.
Alrighty, noted. Any others? Without that, I'd like to ask our city attorney on this regular agenda item, just to give us an update. I know that we have an item on our regular agenda on the TEP franchise agreement. We had discussed and given input at our last meeting to change that franchise agreement to something that we all and the community wanted to see in that franchise agreement. Can you give us an update, Mr. Rankin?
I'm happy to, Mayor. Members of the council, as you mentioned, tonight's agenda has the item on it for calling a special election in May, which would also mean approving the language of the proposed franchise. So based on the prior discussions with the mayor and council, we did make changes to the language and the provisions of the proposed franchise. They are incorporated in the draft that was circulated to the mayor and council, and that was distributed just in advance of the community meeting that TEP hosted last week. I think it was Wednesday. Specific provisions that were added or enhanced were really primarily to promote the including into the franchise agreement itself provisions that promote the city's climate sustainability goals and initiatives, and specifically the climate action plan, but also to serve some other interests of the city. Provisions that were enhanced or added from the prior drafts included providing for review and renegotiation of critical terms of the agreement at the 10-year and 15-year marks of the overall term. So in other words, to address the issue the council raised about just having a 25-year term without being able to revisit earlier than that and potentially terminate if those terms need to be renegotiated. We enhanced the language providing for the ability to cause the removal of abandoned poles. We also defined eligible uses of the Community Resilience Fund. So that's the fund created by the 0.75% fee. And we wanted to include some specific descriptions of the types of projects that would be eligible for the expenditure of those funds in order to advance the city's climate action and adaptation plan. I won't go through all the described eligible uses, but they come right out of the draft plan. They include projects that would decarbonize city-owned and operated buildings, promote distributed energy resources such as rooftop solar, promote electric vehicles via charging infrastructure expansion and other projects, as well as bolster city-owned and community-wide heat mitigation resources to help reduce the urban heat island effect. Last week, as I mentioned, I participated in a community forum that was hosted by TEP. It was well attended, including by Councilmember Dahl and staff from many of your offices. The meeting was held so that folks could participate both in person at the TEP headquarters here downtown, but also over Zoom online. It was very participatory, I can tell you, and that there were a lot of excellent questions raised by the audience, and we took time to answer every question. I sat on a panel with a couple of the representatives from TEP to go through what a franchise is, what a franchise isn't, and the types of provisions that were in the proposed agreement and what they really meant. I can tell you that based on some of those questions, and the questions have continued since that meeting, there are even now a couple of minor changes that I would suggest that we go ahead and make and read into the record tonight. For example, somebody caught that the franchise includes an outdated reference to the city's director of operations. That's a position that doesn't exist anymore. It's the director of EGSD, the department where our energy manager is housed. So we should make that correction. The question came up about the paragraph 16 in the agreement that refers to the Utility Planning and Coordinating Committee, which doesn't actually exist as a formal committee, but instead as a coordinating group that discusses different projects and coordinates between the city, TEP, and other utilities that operate in the rights-of-way. So my suggestion there is that we strike the reference to it as a committee, but keep all the coordinating actions and requirements in place, and we can simply refer to it as a coordinating group. In Section 10E, one issue we need to talk about is that the funds for the projects that support the city's climate action plan in the draft refer to the, quote, now current climate action plan. Well, I'm going to suggest we change that to the approved climate action plan, because that's going to happen later on. One other development that occurred, and I don't know if, Mayor, I'm stealing your thunder, but one of the questions that came in during the community meeting was, you know, is TEP really willing to commit to negotiate towards a project purchase or an energy supply agreement with the city that could include additional requirements that go beyond what can be included in a franchise, specifically requiring up to 100% renewable energy sources for providing the city energy for its own operations. And TEP, through its president and CEO, has in fact committed now by letter to doing exactly that. So that's another development. I know that there may be some other points, fine points in the language that you will discuss tonight. We will stand ready to come up with the language to capture that and make sure it's acceptable to TEP, because this is a two-party agreement. And if we're able to do that, we can finalize language tonight if you're comfortable moving forward to call the election.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin, for the update. We're going to reserve the conversation of all of this for the item later tonight, but I just wanted to make sure that we established a little bit of an update from the previous conversation that we had. With that, are there any future agendas that my colleagues would like to bring to this point? Hearing none. Study session is adjourned. The regularly session will begin at 5:45, and we'll see you here in about half an hour. Thank you all. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mr. Hill.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. I see you.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Absent, excused.
Mr. Kozaczek. Here. Chair Romero.
Here. Item 2,
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 1, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report? There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3,
Public Housing Authority Presentation on Housing Development Nonprofit El Pueblo Housing Development Corporation.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 2, dated January 24th, is received and made part of the record. We have a presentation by Liz Morales, the Director of Housing Community Development. Go ahead, Liz.
Can you hear me? There we go. Thank you. Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to present on the recently created nonprofit affordable housing development arm of the city, which is called El Pueblo Housing Development. I will be providing an overview and provide you some information on the role and responsibilities of El Pueblo Housing Development and the City of Tucson. Okay. Sorry. I did it wrong. There we go. There we go. Thank you. The background on the creation of the nonprofit started in April 2021, in which Mayor and Council directed Housing and Community Development staff, which I'll refer to as HCD, to explore and bring back recommendations on what the city can do to become a housing development corporation. At that time, HCD sought legal counsel on the various mechanisms and options that the city could implement. The goal was the development arm would be a subsidiary of the City of Tucson Public Housing Agency, the PHA, to preserve and create housing. In December 2021, Housing and Community Development drafted the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson Plan that included the strategy of creating a housing development arm, and which Mayor and Council approved. After the approval, staff continued the discussions on how to structure the development corporation. In March of 2022, HCD created the nonprofit and filed articles of incorporation that would allow the city to submit a low-income housing tax credit application for Milagro and Oracle, a 63-unit project to serve older adults, under the new development arm called El Pueblo Housing Development. In June 2022, we were fortunate to be selected by Arizona Department of Housing for Milagro and Oracle with tax credits, which will be developed and completed in 2024. After much work across city departments and with legal counsel, the legal documents required to move El Pueblo forward has been drafted. Part of today's agenda, you will be asked to approve both the bylaws and the management and operating agreement for El Pueblo. Later this evening, in the regular meeting, Mayor and Council will also approve the management and operating agreement from the position of the city's role in the management and operating agreement. The formation of El Pueblo Housing Development is for the mission, and the mission is to provide stable, healthy, affordable housing and supportive services for Tucson residents. There are various ways this nonprofit can carry out this mission, which includes building and rehabilitation of housing to provide affordable units to persons making up to 120% of area median income, with a priority on housing for low-income residents. To provide supportive services to assist residents in achieving housing stability, to provide technical assistance and capacity building for potential housing developers, and finally, to hold events to inform, support, and educating the community on all housing projects. In order to properly operate the nonprofit, the guiding documents for the operations of El Pueblo Housing Development are outlined in the bylaws and the management and operating agreement. These two documents require the approval of the Board of Commissioners for the Public Housing Agency. The bylaws include numerous sections referred to as articles, which are required to seek exempt status under the 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. The articles include the purpose of El Pueblo, who are the board of directors and officers, how meetings and committees will meet and function, and other components to ensure the nonprofit functions effectively and within the city structure. One of the sections of the bylaws I would like to draw your attention to is who serves as the board of directors. As board of directors, they have the responsibility of the fiscal and operation of the nonprofit. They make decisions on the nonprofit affairs, the property and assets of El Pueblo. The makeup of the board includes 4 city staff members and 1 community director. The reason the board is made up primarily of city staff is to ensure the nonprofit operates on behalf of the city. The sites and projects developed under El Pueblo will be maintained affordable in perpetuity, and it's the only way we can assure that that happens is that the board is comprised primarily of city staff. It was important to ensure that we had at least 1 community director to have representation from the community. It is staff's recommendation that the community director be the CEO of Tucson IDA, the Industrial Development Authority, who has a knowledge and understanding of the goals of affordable housing and can provide expertise and guidance related to financing of these projects. Second, the management and operating agreement outlines the roles and responsibility of the city and El Pueblo Housing Development in detail. The agreement discusses the coordination and collaboration between the 2 parties. Because it is a new nonprofit, much of the support will need to come from the city, which includes day-to-day operations, IT, and financial support, to name a few. The agreement is for a 3-year term with an automatic renewal for an additional 3 years. It is expected that HCD staff will provide the staffing to El Pueblo for the foreseeable future. Finally, just a few more details around the roles and responsibilities. The city will maintain ownership of the land under all future development projects to ensure affordability, as well as maintain control over development. Some ways we can do that is through a land lease, providing oversight of the development process, the placement of the board of directors, as I just discussed, and at the end of any of these projects that are at the end of their low affordability period under the low-income housing tax credit program, the project will return to the city. As a nonprofit, El Pueblo will have the ability to seek additional funding opportunities that as a PHA we cannot. The nonprofit El Pueblo can apply for financing, do fundraising with the IRS designation. El Pueblo will serve as either the developer or co-developer on low-income housing tax credit projects, and can also, again, operate as a land trust. For all these projects, there's developer fees that come back to the nonprofit. And this is important because it can create cash and assets for future projects. It provides us an opportunity for reinvestment and provides funding for HCD where other grants funds cannot. And finally, we think that this nonprofit can also help fund resident services that are often much needed, especially in permanent supportive housing projects for persons coming out of homelessness. That is one of the goals of the HAS plan, and El Pueblo can help make that happen to create more housing for the unsheltered. Madam Chair, that's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. You know, I really appreciate the update, and being here today is a historic step for the city of Tucson and the Public Housing Authority of our city in creating an outside-the-box strategy to create further affordable housing in our city. I remember clearly that in April 14th of 2021, I, along with my colleague, Councilmember Ulick, requested that our Housing Community Development Department create this nonprofit to have a development arm to the work that we already do as a community. This action was specifically spurred from Tucson residents having shared with us the importance of having access to affordable housing, and by the city of Tucson and the PHA having an affordable housing development arm within our housing department. It opens our community up for additional grants and funds to develop more affordability and to apply for additional low-income housing tax credit programs. So I'm really proud of the work that you have done, you and your team, that mayor and council and the PHA is giving direction tonight to move forward with this. And I'm really looking forward to more opportunities in terms of low-income housing tax credits, like the one that we applied for and received from the Arizona Department of Housing to be a co-developer on the Milagro on Oracle Road project, which will build another, I think it's 63?
Correct.
63 affordable housing opportunities for our seniors in our community. So thank you so much for having this information here, for moving fast and furiously to be able to have another opportunity at building affordable housing. I'm very proud of us, very proud of the work that we're all doing. You and your team should be commended for it. So with that, do we need a motion?
It's the next item on the agenda.
Alrighty, so that's the presentation. Any questions from my colleagues on the council? I mean, on the board? Hearing none, we move on to item 4.
Public Housing Authority, El Pueblo Housing Development Nonprofit, Resolution Number PHA 2023-14.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 6, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-14 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-14 relating to housing and community development, approving the bylaws of El Pueblo Housing Development, El Pueblo, authorizing and approving the management and operating agreement between the City of Tucson and El Pueblo, authorizing the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, to facilitate El Pueblo's application for tax exempt status and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2023-14.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Absent excused?
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-014 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Public Housing Authority Finance Policy and Internal Controls, Resolution Number PHA 2023-12.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 3, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-12 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-12 relating to public housing and finance, approving changes to the accounting policies for the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority as it relates to the improvement of the City Public Housing Authority's policies and procedures and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure? There's a motion to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2023-12. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-12 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 6.
Public Housing Authority Budget Approval Resolution number PHA 2023-13.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 4, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-13 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-13 relating to Housing and Community Development Department, reviewing and approving the public housing asset management project budgets developed for the City of Tucson as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for HUD fiscal year 2023, authorizing execution of HUD Form HUD 52574 and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move.
Moves to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2023-13. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-13 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.
Approval of minutes.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 5, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the December 2022 meeting?
Yes, I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8.
Adjournment.
This meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now reconvene our regular meeting. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Thank you. Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Fimbres?
Absent, excused.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Before we go to item 2, Mayor, I would just like to state for the record that Councilwoman Lee is appearing electronically.
Thank you so much.
Item 2 is invocation, pledge of allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation today will be given by Sarah Bleda, City Clerk's office. And after the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
We pray for our mayor and council members today and ask that they be given the wisdom to govern with a sense of welfare and true needs of our people. We also ask that they be given the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. Deepen their love for the city of Tucson and their desire to serve it. We pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them assurance of what would benefit those who live and work in our beloved city of Tucson. Amen.
Thank you, Sarah, for that invocation. We move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 23 dated January 24th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 20 dated January 24th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, we will start with Council Member Santa Cruz.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to share that we had a very successful frontage road cleanup on Friday, January 20th, with a great turnout. Frontage road is seeing substantial improvement and is completely clear of litter for long stretches. I want to thank our own Sarah Lanius and Stephen Addison for recruiting volunteers, coordinating the cleanups, and keeping people safe out there. And also to Hotel McCoy, Old Pueblo Community Services, Barrio Santa Cruz, Barrio Kroger Lane, city staff, and all the community members that came out to help out. This Friday is the last Friday of the month, so we have our monthly bicicleteada out of the El Pueblo Center at 6 p.m., located at 101 West Irvington Road. Shout out to Fuga for continuing to coordinate these community bike rides. I'm also excited that I'll be attending Reactivating Tucson's Downtown History this Friday, January 27th, where you can join the Confluence Center for a panel discussion with historians and civic leaders like Lydia Otero, Betty Villegas, and our own Mayor Regina Romero at the Sosa Carrillo Mexican-American Museum at 151 South Granada Avenue. You have to pre-register for the event, but doors open at 5:30. This Saturday morning, we have a Barrio Hollywood cleanup at 10 a.m. We're looking for volunteers to come out and help us. We will be meeting at the Santa Cruz River Park on Ontario and Riverview, again, this Saturday, January 28th at 10 a.m. We will also be celebrating the grand opening of the ANSA Trail Cultural History Park this Saturday as well, from noon to 3 p.m. So come by and experience the Tucson Youth Design Park located at 820 West Speedway Boulevard. There will be special performances and food from San Javier Co-op. We will also, the following Saturday, February 4th at 8 a.m., have a tree planting in National City. So we're looking for volunteers to help us with that event as well. So that's Saturday, February 4th from 9 to 11 a.m. We will be meeting at the Rodeo Wash Greenway located at 201 West Michigan Drive. And then finally, I just want to thank all our small businesses in Ward 1 who participated in our roundtable last week where we discussed some of their concerns and issues related to public safety, and want to thank our community safety, health and wellness, and TPD for assisting with providing city services at that time. That's all I have to report, Mayor.
Councilmember Cunningham?
I have a couple things. One of them is about Speedway and Kolb. On December 12th, we had a major pipe burst, and that shut the intersection down right away. We had a number of constituents without water. We were able to restore that within 3 days. We've had breaks like this in the past that have taken 4 to 5 months, but it looks like we're going to be able to get the intersection open this Friday. I really want to give a shout out to Sam Critio and Tim Tomier and John Kamek. Those were the departments involved in this rebuild, Hunter Construction, Tucson Asphalt. They all really worked hard, a lot of overtime and double shifts to get us where we want. So I want to thank them for that. I also want to congratulate Beverly Elliott for the dedication of the Tucson African American Museum. It's a great thing. It's a long time coming in Tucson. And speaking of history, we're not meeting again before February 1st, and it is the 50th anniversary of McHale Center. And I know that for some people that's not a big thing, but there's a lot of folks in Tucson that have had pretty incredible experiences, no matter what sport it is, at McHale Center. And it's now been around on February 1st of 2023. That'll mark 50 years. And congratulations, because it's still something that's become almost a household name in Tucson. And I wish it the best for another 50 years.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to forego announcements tonight, but a offer to anyone who's interested in following events in Ward 3 or the city at large, or to know about services that are available, to sign up for our weekly Friday newsletter. You can sign up on Ward 3's website, on the city website. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kozachek? Nothing tonight. I'd like to share I've already done this so with my colleagues, but share with the community that I am happy to report that I attended a U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. last week. And while there, I was able to participate in the conference and meet with key partners with the federal government. My main objective is to bring federal dollars home to the city of Tucson. At the conference itself, I was on a panel addressing immigration issues with Mayor Todd Gloria of San Diego, Mayor John Giles of Mesa, and Julie Chavez Rodriguez, Senior Advisor to the President. I also spoke at the plenary session with Mayor Francis Suarez of Miami and Clarisa Martinez de Castro, the Vice President of Latino Vote Initiative with Latinos US. I also participating in the Mayor's Water Council and gave a keynote at the Latino Leaders Network dinner. While in DC, I met with the housing and urban development officials to advocate for the $50 million Choice Neighborhood Grant that the city of Tucson submitted that will help to rehabilitate the Tucson House and surrounding neighborhood into a safe, stable, affordable housing units for the next 50 years, as well as to share more information about Tucson's housing affordability strategy and our Housing First program, and to advocate for additional support for affordable housing and unsheltered population needs. I was able to meet separately with the U.S. Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Agency to share the progress the City of Tucson has made on our EV readiness roadmap, our Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan, and also shared information about the work that the City of Tucson and Tucson Water is doing on remediating PFAS in our water system. Also to share the newly passed Green Fleet Master Plan. The feedback from federal officials was very, very positive. The fact that we have changed codes and we'll have strategies and a climate action plan ready to go is exciting. Tucson is way ahead of the curve, and the officials at the EPA requested that the city of Tucson become a model city that they could use as examples for other cities in the country when it comes to climate action planning and all of the work that we're doing with climate remediation. I made sure to let them know we are ready and willing to receive Inflation Reduction Act dollars that are specifically tagged and labeled for climate resiliency. I also met with the Department of Justice Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta to share that we are doing what we are doing here in Tucson and to thank them for their support for Tucson and the Tucson Police Department when they awarded a 3-year Department of Justice National Public Safety Partnership Grant. We shared our continued concerns about the easy access to guns, the necessity of a layered approach to addressing reducing crime and violence, and to share the excitement about launching our 311 system that will help us put the right work in the right hands of the people that are calling our emergency system. I met with FEMA and Homeland Security officials to continue to advocate for the resources we need here in Tucson and Pima County as we work to serve the needs of asylum seekers in our city. I was also able to share the innovative work we are doing with our Transform Tucson Fund and our small business program with Isabel Casillas Guzman. She is the administrator of the Small Business Administration, which President Biden elevated to a cabinet level position. But do not doubt that all of my efforts in DC are laser focused on sharing the amazing work that we're doing here in the city of Tucson and my colleagues on the council, and my complete focus in terms of soliciting every single federal dollar that I can bring and help support in terms of these programs in the city of Tucson. So that is my report of the work that we did in DC representing Tucson. With that, I moved on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 21, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No report this evening.
Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 18, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, we have 5 requests for new licenses and 4 requests for special events. Councilmember Lee has requested that we consider item 5C3 separately. All others are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 5 and 5C1 and 2 and 5C4 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion,
So
please?
moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Lee, if you'd like to lead on the item to be considered separately.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Mayor. While I fully support the Tanque Verde School District's fundraiser, the State Land Department has notified my office that the location is not permissible for use of state land. The State Land Department has leased that property to the Tucson Radio Control Club Airfield, and the lease states the allowable use of the property is only for model airplane flying and nothing more. In addition to the violation of use, the Neighborhood Association has expressed concerns pertaining to noise and traffic within the neighborhood and safety concerns with the Vail School District directly across the street. The Reeder Ranch Neighborhood Association has worked with state land on this parcel and others to ensure the right use is permitted within the neighborhood, and this event would not be permitted use based on their agreements. My office has reached out to the applicant to encourage them to work with the Radio Control Club as well as other venues in Ward 4 to hold their event. Mayor, based on this, I move we deny their request for a liquor license at this location, but really want to encourage them to find another venue, and please let us know if we can help with that process.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. State your name, if you live in the city of Tucson, and if you are a paid speaker. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. And I'd ask the audience to please remember to be respectful during this proceeding. Everybody has 3 minutes to address mayor and council and respect what other people have to say. So with that, we are going to start. We have a really big stack of cards. So the shorter you make your presentation, and if you hear someone repeat the things that you want to say, please keep it as short as you possibly can so that we can have as many people speak as possible. With that, I'd like to call on Stephanie Madero Pina.
Okay. Good evening. I am a resident of the Santa Rita Park neighborhood. My name is Stephanie Madero Pina, and I have resided there for 6 years. I'm here to address the homeless and houseless situation that is in front of my house and at the park. I don't care how they got there, why they got there, their mental health or their addictions. What I'm concerned about is that we need to find a resolution for these individuals that reside there. I have family members, friends that reside there at the park, and it's just upsetting to know that there is nothing that we have done so far to help these individuals that are there. We elect officials to represent us, the people, and yet not one has addressed it or tried to find a resolution for it. I am simply asking for no more sweeps at 3 o'clock in the morning, and when they do sweeps, the Tucson Police Department, where are these individuals supposed to go at 3 o'clock in the morning? That's what I want to know. Ticketing them for trespassing, they're just going to go back in the morning. It's not working, and they have nowhere else to go, so why even ticket them? They have nothing, they have nowhere to go, and how are they going to pay for it? You know, really. All I'm asking is for you to please take the time to think and look over this, and together as neighborhood officials, you know, family members, friends, we can find some kind of resolution for this problem. It's not going to be swept under the rug like it's been. It's got to be addressed. That's all I'm asking for. I don't think that it's asking for anything more than any other organization here in Tucson, and we haven't addressed it. I just don't feel it has not been addressed. And with that, I hope that you will, you know, take the time to look it over, think about it. The sweeps are not working, and we need some kind of resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madero. Steve Meyer.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I had the pleasure of working on the Snake Bridge. It was a nice element of, it's a neat piece of history that Tucson brought about. I was shocked to see people camping under it. I'm more shocked to see the concrete falling off of it, the liability that the city endures with stuff like that, and the message that you put forth when it looks like a KOA. I don't know really what you're thinking in that. I got the pleasure of working with the homeless encampment protocol system recently. They sent 3 trucks, 5-man crew, and a skid steer to clear out the neighborhood wash where they're not allowed to camp. And as all they removed were 2 shopping carts, perfectly good condition, they destroyed those in the cruncher. And they said that they wouldn't go into a campment if there's someone in there that's mentally impaired, that they need to leave them there. Mayor Romero, they're leaving them there in our neighborhoods. That's not how our neighborhoods are designed to be lived in. Yeah, we take better care of our airplanes in this town than we do the people that can't afford a house. So when people challenge you to be creative, and you've made all these wonderful contacts in Washington, D.C., there's a Department of Defense that's in charge of that boneyard. That'd be a real good place to come up with maybe some tents, maybe some showers, some facilities. There's more shade out there than we have homeless people to camp underneath. So there's creative ways. But what we're doing seems to be just tolerating the intolerable. Nobody, right? I mean, that's not how our society is designed to be lived in. We're not to be living in the roadways, and I think we had an umbrella lady recently die hitting the road. That's not where people are supposed to be living. That's not how we design our basic laws of our society, from zoning. Zoning guides where you can eat, sleep, take a bath, camp. You can camp on Houghton. We only allow wilderness camping in the Catalinas. It ought not be in the middle of our neighborhoods. So please be creative. What we're doing, the police tell me that it's really a city council issue, because when the protocols hit with COVID, they said they couldn't go into camps and can't remove them, and you can't. One last piece I'll leave with is, I've met 12 people from
Mr.
Portland
Meyer,
or
you have to
Seattle.
come to a conclusion. There's a long list of people wanting to
Okay.
speak.
I thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Colleen Nichols. Colleen Nichols. Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Nichols. I'm a member of the steering committee of the Undergrounding Coalition and also a board member of the Jefferson Park Neighborhood Association. I'd like to make a few remarks about the coalition, undergrounding, and the proposed franchise fee agreement. Members of the coalition, some 25,000 people, come from all over the city, not just the affected areas along the route. The issue of undergrounding affects the entire community, residences, businesses, and scenic areas, and is designed to safeguard the city's extraordinary views. Pre-pandemic, in 2018-19, tourists spent $2.4 billion in Tucson, in the Tucson market. That comes to a little more than $5,000 per household. The importance of the entire community is demonstrated by the existence of gateway and scenic ordinances that were enacted by the City Council unanimously in order to preserve and protect the most critical routes across our whole community. Regarding the franchise fee, at the recent TEP City of Tucson public meeting, a concern was raised by a number of speakers about the proposed new franchise contract. The speakers were concerned that all of the money from the proposed increase in the fee, $4.5 to $5 million a year, would be directed to undergrounding the project, the Kino to Damas Petrie project, and only that for the first 8 to 10 years. During that period, none of the funds would be available for climate action projects nor any other undergrounding projects. However, this need not be the case. If TEP's $40 million funding estimate for the undergrounding of the part of the project were to be amortized over a longer period than 8 to 10 years, for example, spread out over 12 to 15 years, the undergrounding could be fully financed by the annual fund and also leave hundreds of thousands of dollars for other projects such as climate action and other undergrounding projects. So it is important that the language of the franchise fee be amended to extend the amortization period of the Kino to Damas Petrie debt. Additionally, I'd like to request that a Zoom option be made available for members of the public during call to the audience at regular meetings and also public hearings. There are those who are unable to attend in person and would surely take advantage of sharing a public comment in real time at the meetings. We have several people who are unable to attend in person, and certainly this evening they would have benefited from this option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Marshall Stewart. Marshall Stewart.
Honorable Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, other members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. Yesterday, I wrote a letter and sent it to Vice Mayor Kozaczek, and if I'm surprising you, I apologize for that. I don't know if you had a chance to see my letter yet, but I'm going to read that. And it's pretty self-explanatory. On January 21st, 2023, you are quoted in a KGUN 9 news story as saying you will attempt to sway the City Council to withhold city funding from the Tucson Rodeo. When asked where the funding would have gone, you said it would have gone toward traffic control for the rodeo parade. The Tucson Rodeo Parade Committee Incorporated and the Tucson Rodeo Committee Incorporated are two separate organizations that plan and organize two separate Tucson events. The Tucson Rodeo does not receive city funding of any kind. The rodeo parade is partially supported by funds from Visit Tucson that graciously comes from the city. By taking funds from the rodeo parade traffic control to force Tucson Rodeo to comply with your request to end the use of electric shock devices is disingenuous. Removing traffic control funding for the parade will endanger the safety of rodeo parade spectators, participants, and the hundreds of volunteers that help put on the parade, while having no effect on the Tucson Rodeo. Safety is a primary concern for the Rodeo Parade Committee. Any funding cuts that would affect street closures and police presence on parade day would be devastating to the continuance of this 98-year Tucson tradition. The Tucson Rodeo Parade does not condone the abuse of animals in any way. Our parade rules that all entrants must acknowledge before participating state. Rule 10, abuse. A, the Tucson Rodeo Parade Committee has zero tolerance for animal abuse. Persons abusing animals shall immediately be removed from the route and reported to authority. All livestock shall be in good health and in sound condition. We also have a veterinarian patrolling the parade route on a cart to respond to any animal injury or illness that may occur during the parade. Please do not punish the Tucson Rodeo Parade for something over which we have no control. And that could be a severe safety hindrance to the operations of the Tucson Rodeo Parade. As an addition, I would like to thank Councilperson Dahl for responding that he will be in our parade this year. We're very happy to see that. And Councilperson Fimbres, who has sent his regrets due to medical difficulties. May I finish the last sentence?
Yes, come to a conclusion, please.
All others, all of you, we would really like to see you participate in the rodeo parade this year. Please let us know as soon as it is possible so we can arrange your place on the City of Tucson wagon. Mayor Romero, of course, we have reserved a special carriage just for you, should you choose.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
It's seriously a very nice carriage.
Thank you so much.
So we would like to have you participate with us as you have in the past.
Thank you so much. Really
Thank you for your
appreciate it.
attention.
Thank you for your time. Drew Fellows. Drew Fellows.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to be up here today. I'm here with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and we would like to stand in support with Community Care Tucson and Community on Wheels for delivering quality services to our unhoused neighbors. And we came here today with 3 demands to Mayor and Council. Before I get into that, I would like to remind Mayor and Council, as I'm sure you're familiar with, you are engaged in a lawsuit currently with these other plaintiffs that I previously mentioned, in order to, number 1, stop the sweeps against our unhoused neighbors. We are alleging that it amounts to cruel and unusual punishment for an identity trait that cannot be changed. It is inherent, unfortunately, because of the system that we have in place, that they're unhoused. And most importantly, we want housing for all. People over profits. And mayor and council, frankly, needs to step up to the plate because this crisis is a lot worse than mayor and council makes out to make. We need appropriate responses. We need creative responses. And unfortunately, you all are serving a slice of pizza to the whole city and claiming it's the whole pie. Please do better and do more. Thank you.
Scott Hancock. Scott Hancock.
Hi, thank you for hearing from us today. I'm Scott, a Tucson resident, and speaking on my own behalf. I want to first express my solidarity with those speaking on the housing crisis and the injustices suffered from those living outside. However, today I'm here to speak out about the franchise agreement as well. Can you speak into the microphone? Yeah. Let's talk optics first, because they do not look good, the franchise agreement. There's been consistent discussions about undergrounding, sure, but the fact that undergrounding and the franchise agreement have quietly become synonymous feels egregious. The most recent timeline communicates something similar. Last Wednesday, there was a sudden dropping of the new proposed franchise agreement and a same-day public comment period. This is quick, and I'm standing here now, not even a week later, pleading with you that this is not enough time for public comment. I doubt I am unique in the fact that I had responsibilities over the weekend that made it difficult to keep up with this very short process. I feel fortunate to have the capacity to stand here today to comment at all, but there are definitely sacrifices being made to do so. I also want to say respectfully, it's a small wonder that a group identifying as the Undergrounding Coalition found themselves in favor of such an initiative. They mentioned that economic woes will befall Tucson if these power lines went overhead. Like every other power line in the city wouldn't be doing the exact same if that were true. You know what will cause greater economic harm to Tucson than some overheading of wires? Climate change. Frankly, losing $40 to $60 million towards climate resilience for what comes down to strictly aesthetic purposes from a loud minority does not sit well with me. And I'm sure if this was phrased as such for the rest of your constituents, they'd feel the same. As has been demonstrated by other states, the franchise agreement renewal period is a prime opportunity for leveraging needed climate action. Undergrounding isn't needed. It was disappointing to hear TEP representatives admit that they had, and I quote, only begun considering a climate resiliency fund a couple weeks ago. That is not due diligence. Due diligence would be having a transparent process with the community and establishing a proper parallel agreement guaranteeing climate concessions immediately, not second to a pipeline that'll finish 8 years down the line. I want to repeat Mr. Bulachek's dire reminder. Experts are saying we have 8 years to avoid a runaway train of climate catastrophe. We can't wait that long to secure our own decarbonized climate future. TEP says a parallel agreement would be possible in the future to complement this franchise proposal, but the current franchise agreement doesn't expire for 3 years, and most negotiations don't begin until 2 years out from a prior agreement's expiration date. Where is the parallel climate agreement, and why are we talking about this without one? I guess I'm glad we've begun this process so early, because now there's plenty of time to addend a parallel agreement before we push this through. There's manufactured urgency to get this franchise agreement and undergrounding project locked in. It would close the door on one of the public's strongest tools for leveraging climate commitments and lock the city into paying for something that ultimately detracts. I respect and appreciate the work that has gone into this so far, but I urge Mayor and Council to delay the vote on this until it properly addresses our city's climate needs with a parallel agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Tom Litwicky. Tom Litwicky.
See if I make that work. That's all right?
You can get a little closer to the mic.
A little bit closer.
Thank
Is that good?
Mhm.
Perfect. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight. My name's Tom Litwicky. I do not live in the city. I live in the county. I serve as CEO of Old Pueblo Community Services, or OPCS, and we operate within all of the wards within the city of Tucson. We provide housing and services to persons who are homeless. We do this in a housing first approach and harm reduction and low barrier. I wanted to come here tonight with the things that have been happening with the unsheltered in our community to recognize the hardship that people are experiencing who are homeless in the community, and the dangers involved in houselessness in our community. Also to recognize the importance of advocacy, government, nonprofits, business, our neighbors who are unhoused and our neighbors who are housed, in crafting comprehensive community solutions that lead to the end of homelessness. At OPCS, we have a bold mission to end homelessness, but we're fully aware that we cannot do that without a full continuum of support in government, advocacy, persons who are homeless, and other persons in the community. Both the city and Pima County have implemented housing first solutions that help people move into permanent housing. They should be proud of that work and the efforts and the success that's had. Essentially, I think we all know we need more of it. We need that fairly quickly. And I'm here to say that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are evidence-based practices that are out there that have been successful, and essentially we need a lot more of it. At OPCS, we support low barrier shelter beds with rapid access to housing first and services with that housing. In closing, I'd just like to say that when I started this work 13 years ago, it became very clear to me that what we really need is a community effort, and I still support that community effort. I respect, and I think we need to show kindness for each other and respect. It's hard, it's challenging. Everyone in this room that I've known and worked with really cares, and their hearts are heavy with what's happening, and we can all work together without necessarily shouting. But sometimes people shout, and that's okay too. But I prefer not to. But thank you.
Thank you,
very
Tom.
much.
Rosalinda Portillo.
Can you guys hear me okay like this? Okay. Well, my name is Rosie Portillo, and I live in the Santa Rita neighborhood. I've lived there for like 15 years, and I'm a City of Tucson resident. Thank you to all of you for the opportunity given today or tonight to speak. So I had to type this out because I wouldn't be able to just say it blankly. But I stand before you today to have my voice be heard. I don't have all the signs. I don't have the yelling voices or the tons of people behind me chanting. But I do have is my children. They're here with me, and that's who I'm responsible for protecting. What I do have are fentanyl foils that have ended up in our backyard. What I do have are pictures, if you'd like to see them, and of a young man overdosing right before our eyes. What I do have are pictures of a man with his pants halfway down, exposing himself at the park near the children's playground, and I'm speaking about Santa Rita Park. What I do have are pictures and video of people with good intentions coming to the park to give people food, supplies, clothing, needles at times, to the homeless population. But along with that, I also have pictures of what's left behind and what my elderly neighbors and my family and I have to deal with after all those people are gone. If a particular group of people are all for the homeless community, why not offer them the couch in their living room, or the couch at their parents' home, their sister's home, their grandmother's home? The people at the park are homeless for a reason, whether it's a mental health issue.
Excuse me. Excuse me, we're going to give you the time back, okay?
Thank you.
Please be respectful. This is an official proceeding, and this individual has as much right as you do to have her 3 minutes in front of mayor and council. If you continue disrupting, I will ask the clerk's office or the TPD to remove you. Is that understood? Thank you. Please, go on.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The people at the park are homeless for a reason. Whether it's mental health issues, financial issues, or simply just issues in general, they're homeless for a reason. And whatever way you look at it, the resources are there. I've been a firsthand witness to resources being offered and flat out denied. Fighting to keep homeless at the park day and night is not helping the issue at hand. On the contrary, it's enabling the individuals so they stay where they are. If the point is to help get them out of the situation that they're in, why not help by encouraging them to go to a shelter, a day labor location, or a mental health support office, or to a rehab center? Why not encourage them to accept the services Why not encourage them to accept the services they're offered? The park is not a place to sleep or to live or to do drugs. The park should be a safe place, a safe public piece of land where families, children, neighborhood residents can come and enjoy the park, a nice afternoon, a family picnic, a casual stroll, a nice afternoon run. For all to work out the best way possible, I'm asking the City of Tucson Parks and Rec and TPD to work together to do what needs to be done to help keep the park clean. I'm asking for resources to continue to be offered. I'm asking for TPD presence to increase. I'm asking for consistency in keeping TPD presence at the park. I'm asking for permits to be enforced when providing food and other resources. And I'm asking you to put yourself in our shoes and take into consideration what you would like for you and your family if you lived where I live and had to deal with what we have to deal with. Examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Portillo.
Would you like to see the pictures that I have?
Yeah,
or-
please give them to the clerk's office. Anilla Butler.
Hello, how are you? I'm not okay. I'm actually one of the residents that live in the back of Esteban Park. And I can actually say that there's a lot more to meet the eye. Okay, we didn't ask to be back in the back of the park. We didn't ask to be homeless. We didn't ask to not have a stable place for our family to live. What happened is that we don't get a chance to, first of all, it starts with employment. And when you have all this discrimination, excuse me, Mrs. Regina Romero, just to be respectful, can I get some eye contact? Because this is serious. I don't know you, and I'm pretty sure you're a very respectful woman because you are actually sitting in the chair of a mayor. But I'm a human being. I was not born anything else but a human being. And so are my relatives that live in the back of Esteban Park. We have the Splinter Collectives who actually does a lot for us back there. And like I said, we have a lot of important, very smart, intelligent people back there who don't get a chance because we're homeless, quote unquote. We get treated like we're animals, and I'd be doggone to feel like I'm an animal. I've done a lot for myself and my family, but there's discrepancies that come with that. I would like to actually go to, states cannot claim to be human rights leaders if they allow a growing number of their citizens to perish on the streets, have no way of holding their government responsible, and have no recourse to meaningful remedies. The season of justification, excuses, and turning a blind eye when the right to housing is violated no longer apply. Governments must be held accountable to violations of the people's inalienable rights, and their rights must have remedies. Do you know what inalienable rights is? That means that we have a human right to be human. We have the right to have a roof over our head, food in our bellies, and to be able to take care of our children. And unfortunately, just 3 years ago, my child was taken away from me because I was targeted as one of a lower Section 8 class. You know, I know that you guys get money for us. It's not, nothing in life is for free, and we're not stupid. At the end of the day, do what you're supposed to do. You get all this money for us to help the homeless, but we don't see any of that. You got 829 beds that are being filled, but there's 13, maybe 1,400 people, human beings that does not have a place to stay. So where's all this money going to if you're supposed to be helping us? We don't see anything. We're not animals, we're not cattle, we're people. And trust and believe, anybody can be in this situation. So do your job, help the people out, and make a difference. It's not hard. There's enough money to go around for everybody, but it's our God-given right to be able to live. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Ben Morse. Ben Morse.
Hello, guys. My name's Ben Morse. I am actually not a resident of Tucson. I'm a resident of the county. I'm here representing the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. And I'm here for just one reason and one reason only. Climate justice, environmental justice, human rights. Time and time again, we've heard the same crap our elected officials have been spouting, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. How many times do we have to tell you guys? We don't want action in 10 years. We want action now. We don't want justice in 30 years. We want justice now. And we're not going to wait for you guys to do it for us, because the biggest threat to the climate crisis is thinking that someone else is going to do it for you. The science isn't any more clear than it already is. According to the IPCC, the warmest years of our planet have occurred in the past 8 years alone. So I urge everyone of all walks of life to act like your house is on fire. Shouldn't be hard, right? Every level of government has the tools necessary to combat this crisis. We know what to do. We just need to come together. And so I ask everybody here at home and abroad, especially to those in higher power, do your part. And this is what Choice Community Energy is all about. You know, we don't care so much about economics. We don't care about profit. We care about people. How come more than 50% of the population have to be displaced from their homes because of global warming, when they have done little to nothing to contribute to the crisis? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morse. That was the 30 minutes that we have for call to the audience, but I am going to allow for 3 additional speakers. And then those of you that I did not call, you will have to come back at the next council meeting at call to the audience. So our next speaker is Victoria Devaste.
Hi. Can everybody hear me? Mayor and council, in response to your study session, you are missing the point. The city is buying another motel with 67 units. Where will the other 3,000 people sleep? Right. Okay.
Ma'am, please, you were not called. Let Ms. Devaste speak.
The city states they do outreach. You are boasting large numbers, people you have offered services to, then stating only a small percentage accepted help. This sends a message. This sends a message of unwillingness, laziness, and choice. A TPD hot officer stood next to me and stated, if we gave the homeless what they wanted, we'd be giving them drugs. A Tucson homeless outreach team police officer stood over a deceased, houseless individual and said this to me with a smirk on his face. Cause of death was infection and exposure, lack of medical care, and he froze to death. This was 6 days ago at Santa Rita Park. The Tucson Police Department should be ashamed. The city should be ashamed. This is unacceptable. Here is the truth. You are doing the bare minimum. We need emergency shelter en masse now. Alternative shelters and new strategies need to be implemented now. And simultaneously, we need advocates, real outreach teams, not 4 police officers who view the community as a nuisance. 1 to 5 years, increase access to critical services for the unhoused. 1 to 5 years. How many people will die waiting for critical services in 1 to 5 years? You will be spending millions of dollars on other projects. Allocate funds here now. Critical services are inaccessible in this city as of right now. We are and will continue to hold you accountable. It is snowing. Operation Deep Freeze can shelter only 35 people. This is one of the coldest winters on record. People are freezing. What are you doing? City Manager Ortega gave the order to begin sweeps in and around Santa Rita Park. We have the numbers and shelter bed availability, and so do you. You strive to make them invisible, and you will not succeed. We are here together today, and we will be back. These are our demands. Stop the sweeps. Cease all and any sweeps of houseless individuals around the city. Take action. Take immediate action by allocating funds to advocates, shelter staff, and outreach
Come
workers.
to a conclusion, Ms. DeVost.
Housing for all. Create and fund new shelters and alternative shelters for our growing number of houseless neighbors. I will leave you with this. At the end of your day, at the end of the day, at the end of your term, at the end of this life, you will in some way ask yourself, did I contribute? Did I make a difference? Was I a good person? Everything ends. Today you have a group of people standing in front of you. You have all been given positions of power, positions of leadership. You all have an opportunity to change the way the city responds to its most vulnerable, and that opportunity is great. Listen to the people. We are not only your neighbors, but your constituents.
Judith Meyer. Judith Meyer.
I think I need the pipsqueak mic. Can I use this one? No. I'm just height challenged, okay?
Please, ma'am, you will be ejected if you continue disrupting. Ms. Meyer?
My name is Judith Meyer, and I reside on Camino de Oeste, slightly outside the city limits. I had the great pleasure, Madam Mayor and members of the council, to sing with the Tucson Symphony this weekend, but I came here tonight as soon as I could to call your attention as promptly as possible to what I see as a serious danger that's been foisted on all of us. The garage that was just built to the west of the Linda Ronstadt Hall, to me, this is the antithesis of intelligent design. They have put the only pedestrian entrance to the garage on the west side. 1,000 people are exiting from the music hall from the east side. And I watched tussles where cars were trying to drive out and people were trying to walk across where they were driving out, some of them with canes and walkers. This is such a foreseeable hazard. We're going to have some serious injuries, and you're sophisticated enough to know what foreseeability means. It means liability. We're all going to get zonked with this. I hope you can get your contractors to correct what I think, as I said, is the opposite of intelligent design and do something about this. And I came out tonight just to call your attention to it as promptly as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Victor Portillo, and this is our last speaker tonight. Viviana?
Hi, I'm Viviana. I am a Pima County resident in the Santa Rita neighborhood. I just want to start off by saying thank you to everyone in the room for being here and listening to what we need to say. So fentanyl-lined foils, human feces, and lingering smell of burning trash consume Santa Rita Park on a daily basis. Community on Wheels, People's Defense Initiative, and Community Care Tucson seek to move forward on an issue they do not clearly see. In wake of a current lawsuit facing the city of Tucson, we know how Tucson feels. The homeless are offered resources. They are consistently provided for at this park. Help is brought straight to the palm of their hands, yet our opposers still want more. I've seen countless times food lying on the ground, homeless outreach teams being ignored, and help being denied at Santa Rita Park. The very same foil food is placed on the homeless light. We pay taxes. I pay taxes for a beautiful park. Tucson has resources. They want to help the homeless. A park is not a home nor a drug haven. A park is a place for children to grow up without fearing violence, for dogs to play catch without consuming foils, and for families to have parties without inhaling fentanyl. Now, don't get me wrong. I know there are absolutely truly homeless individuals in this park, but I also know there are individuals who prey on the vulnerable homeless, those who are committed to a life of vice and crime. They directly feed the addiction many homeless have at this park. Some homeless stay purely due to that fact. It's easier to live off of others' resources, to be brought food around the clock, and to have drug sales straight at your fingertips than to find help. The issue here is not sweeps. If anything, sweeps deter predators in the area that seek this type of population for their own benefit. After sweeps were conducted for some time, the park's homeless population was actually minimized to those who were truly homeless. Sweeps provide essential resources to homeless who call this park home. By removing sweeps, you remove the first step forward to a cleaner park and finding homeless people a stable life. This is not a problem that has a quick solution, but Santa Rita Park has been the homeless park for years. I hate having to say that I live by a park where I saw a man turn white from overdose, where I breathe in burning chemicals, and where I've been yelled at for asking people who are actively using drugs to at least not be in front of me, mind your own business. So my only thing that I ask is for sweeps to continue to move resources, such as the gentleman before, to bring those resources over to the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Portillo. Alrighty, we've come to an end of the call to the audience. All those that were not called, I will call you the next available council meeting. Thank you all so much. Thank you for those that have been respectful to others' opinions. Really appreciate it. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through C.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a resolution approving the continuation of the temporary expansion of restaurant seating program, direction for expansion of the program to allow for streeteries and parklets. Item C is a housing and community development, approving the bylaws and management and operating agreement for El Pueblo Housing Development, an Arizona nonprofit corporation, El Pueblo. That is the extent of the consent agenda.
I have a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Kazache?
He just walked out. Pass.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee, thank you. Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 5-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, Mission Village Annexation District, Ward 1.
City Manager's Communication Number 24, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on proposed Mission Village Annexation District, consisting of approximately 13 acres of real property located at the northwest and southwest corners of Mission and Irvington in Ward 1. The district consists of undeveloped commercial and residential property and is within the obligated water service area for Tucson Water. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour, and speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers for this item?
No, Your Honor.
There are no speakers for this item. May I have a motion to close the public
I
hearing?
move we close the public hearing.
Motion?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, so, Ms. Clerk, what's the next step.
To accept a motion to direct staff to continue with the Mission Village Annexation
May I have a
District.
motion,
So
please?
moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 9.
Economic Development, approval of primary jobs incentive development agreement with American Battery Factory.
City Man-
Resolution,
Go ahead.
resolution number 23566.
Sorry about that. City Manager's Communication Number 19, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution Number 23566 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23566 relating to economic development incentives, authorizing and approving the primary jobs incentive development agreement between the City of Tucson, the city, and American Battery Factory Incorporated, a Utah corporation, the company, for development of an industrial manufacturing facility within the Aerospace Research Campus, Tucson, Arizona.
What is the council's pleasure?
I would move the item, Mayor.
Second.
So there's a motion to move Resolution 23566 and a second. Any further discussion?
Oh, second?
There's a second. If there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Your Honor,
Resolution,
really quick,
okay, go ahead.
congratulations to the team and to Richard Fimbres. This is a really big deal. Look, when we get to going all solar someday, hopefully this company's the company making these batteries. And by the way, they're going to be based here. I mean, not that anybody cares about this item tonight, but in 20 years, it might have been one of the most important ones. So
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Item 9 is a pretty big deal, actually, for the city of Tucson. It's the American Battery Factory. It manufactures EV batteries and will be developing over 1,000 jobs in the next 5 years in the city of Tucson. It's high-wage, long-term jobs, and it is helping have Tucson become a hub for green jobs and EV battery manufacturing in our state. So it really is a huge deal, and I'd like to thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for saying something about it. So with that, I think we have to go to roll call.
We did.
We did?
It passed
Oh, we
6-0.
did, we did. It passed 6-0. Thank you so much, really appreciate you all, and we move on to item 10.
Economic Development, approval of primary jobs incentive development agreement with Scion Power.
Alrighty, so item 10, City Manager's Communication Number 16, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23565 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23565 relating to economic development incentives, authorizing and approving the primary jobs incentive development agreement between the City of Tucson, the city, and Scion Power Corporation, a Delaware corporation, the company, for expansion of its operations to 6950 South Country Club Road, Tucson, Arizona.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd like to move this item and congratulate Ward 5 and the Economic Development Team as we build a burgeoning sector for renewable energy here in Tucson. This is related to the previous item to some degree. Yes, it's different companies, but they're somewhat in the same business and complement each other. It's a very exciting time. With that, I move the item. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23565 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11,
Zoning, C922-09 Woods Manor, North Alvernon Way, 01 to R3, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 17, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone .74 acres from O1 to R3 zoning located in the northwest corner of East 3rd Street and North Alvernon Way, approximately 1,100 feet south of the intersection of East Speedway Boulevard and North Alvernon Way. The city manager recommends authorization of R3 zoning, subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of R3 zoning, subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there it is. Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan representing the applicant.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements, Ms. Sylvan?
Mayor, members of the council, we are, and I believe you also received an updated set of conditions that deletes condition number 12, and we're comfortable with those, yes.
Alrighty, so what is the council's pleasure? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kozaczek.
Yeah, Mayor, the surrounding neighbors are very supportive of this reuse of this project on this property, and so I would move to adopt the request as recommended with the correction that was also provided to us.
Second.
Mr. Rankin, do we need to read it into the record, the additional language?
My understanding is that the last version that was distributed in the materials and the updated materials made the correction
Okay, perfect.
with respect to the conditions.
Perfect, thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Item 12.
Election, calling a special election to be held May 16th, 2023, ordinance number 11984.
City Manager's Communication Number 25, dated January 24th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11984 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11984 relating to franchises pursuant to Chapter 17 of the Tucson Charter, calling a franchise election on May 16th, 2023 for the purpose of submitting to the qualified electors of the city of Tucson a ballot measure to approve a non-exclusive franchise to Tucson Electric Power Company for electric transmission and distribution services and declaring an emergency.
Alrighty, I wanted to open this item by having Mr. Rankin bring us up to speed with where we are exactly. There are some differences in the franchise agreement draft. This time around, based on input from the community and from my colleagues on the council. And I want you also to distinguish or make the differences between what is a franchise agreement, what a jurisdiction can request from a franchise agreement, and what we cannot request from a franchise agreement.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and I'll start with the last question first, I think. What is a franchise? Well, essentially, a franchise is an agreement between a utility and the city to authorize the use of the city's public rights-of-way for the purpose of that utility distributing its services throughout the city limits. Functionally, really, a franchise agreement is a right of entry or license agreement that allows the utility to use the city's public rights-of-way so it can distribute the utility services throughout the city. In this instance, of course, it's electric service throughout the city. Per our own charter, the city's charter, which is our local constitution that establishes the basic structure of our government, the scope of our authority, the scope of the authority of the individual officers and the mayor and council. The franchise agreement is used to require the uniform, convenient, and adequate service to the public of the utility service, and to require reasonable extensions of service throughout the city. So that last part is to say, hey, if we're going to give you a franchise to allow you to use the rights of way, that means we can require you to extend your service to all residents of the city, including if we annex, et cetera, that you have to extend your service to the newly annexed portions of the city. What a franchise is it's not a vehicle for taking on local authority that rests in other agencies or other entities. And in Arizona, the Arizona Constitution rests certain authority in the Arizona Corporation Commission, in particular with respect to utilities relating to rates and tariffs, et cetera. So we can't use a franchise agreement to try and substitute local authority for legal authority that rests with the ACC. A franchise agreement also under state law relates to the distribution of utility services within the city limits. It is not, there is no authority that arises in the context of a franchise to regulate the generation of electric power. And so a franchise can't be used, for example, to regulate how TEP generates or sources the power that it then distributes within the city. That's simply beyond the scope of a franchise agreement. In that context, a franchise agreement is different than certain other types of agreements that we've talked about at the Mayor and Council study sessions, and we talked about during the community meeting that TEP hosted last week, that are sometimes called power purchase agreements, sometimes called energy supply agreements. Now, those are agreements that can be negotiated between a large customer, which the city of Tucson is. We use a lot of electricity, for example, for pumping our water for our water distribution system for Tucson Water. So a large customer like the city can negotiate with TEP terms and conditions in connection with the supply of power to the city for its operations under those power purchase agreements or energy supply agreements. And in the context of those types of agreements, the two parties can agree on things like how TEP is going to source that power, or what a percentage of the power that they're going to provide to the city under that agreement will be clean power or clean energy. And in that context, I think we mentioned at the study session that TEP is now committed in writing in a letter that was provided by TEP's president and CEO that TEP is prepared to engage in good faith negotiation with the city of Tucson towards an energy supply agreement that could include terms such as TEP providing up to 100% clean energy to the city as a customer. And so that's sort of the distinctions between those types of agreements that sometimes people are familiar with. I know we talked a little bit about an agreement that the U of A has with similar provisions about TEP providing 100% renewable powers or sourced by renewable supplies. And that's one of those power purchase agreements, not a franchise agreement. In this particular instance, the franchise agreement that is on the agenda was the same one that was provided shortly in advance of the meeting at TEP on Wednesday night. And we discussed this afternoon that it reflects some changes, some provisions that were incorporated into that draft based on the discussions that the Mayor and Council had previously had and the input that you were receiving from your constituents. Primarily, those new provisions, or enhanced provisions in some instances, related to including within the franchise agreement terms that would support the implementation of the city's climate action plan and the advancement of the city's sustainability goals and initiatives, but also to address some other concerns that the Mayor and Council had raised. And to that end, we were able to continue negotiations with TEP in advance of finalizing that draft, and we included some of the following terms. The franchise would, although it would have a 25-year term, there would be 2 points, renegotiation points at the 10-year mark and the 15-year mark that would give the opportunity for the city to renegotiate some of those key terms if they're not working as we expect them to, if the franchise is approved by the voters. It also provides, it includes provisions for enhanced ability to cause the removal of abandoned poles. And we also added descriptions within the franchise agreement for eligible expenditures of the Community Resilience Fund. And so that's the piece where it's the additional surcharge, the 0.75%, that is projected to bring in about 4.5, potentially over time, that'll go up a little bit to about $5 million per year. That at the initial parts of the discussion, we were really looking at using towards undergrounding for the full course of the 25 years of the term of the franchise. But based on the fact that the Mayor and Council had brought forward its priorities with respect to climate action initiatives, we reworked that entire section in Section 10E to provide that this fund, in addition to undergrounding, which would be prioritized in the first 10 years of the term, would also be in place so that the funds can be allocated to the specific uses under the city's climate action and adaptation plan. Examples include projects that would decarbonize city-owned and operated buildings, promote distributed energy resources such as rooftop solar, pursue other additional local sources of renewable energy, promote electric vehicles and associated infrastructure expansion, bolster city-owned and community-wide heat mitigation resources, et cetera. By the way, that's not an exclusive list. Those are illustrative examples, but any of the projects that would support the initiatives and the implementation of the city's approved climate action plan would be eligible expenditures from this fund. I did mention at the study session that at the community meeting last week, there were a lot of excellent questions raised, and they continued to come in over the last week. They pointed out some small changes that we should at least make, and I'll read into the record here to clean up the draft as it was presented to the Mayor and Council. So for purposes of the record, I'm just going to cite two specific sections. In Section 12B of the franchise as presented, it includes a reference to the Director of Operations as being a city official. That position is now the Director of Environmental and General Services Department, so we will make that change in the franchise agreement, Section 12B. In Section 16, a lot of folks had questions about when does this planning and coordination committee meet and when can we attend. It's not actually a formal committee. It's more of an ad hoc group that serves to coordinate projects between city officials, TEP officials, but also it involves representatives from other utilities that use our public rights of way. In Section 16, every reference to committee in that section, we can simply change to group. So it'll be the planning and coordinating group. So it won't be referenced as like a city board and committee would be. Also, under Section 10E, which is the section I described about the Community Resilience Fund, it refers to the city's climate action and adaptation plan as the now current plan. Well, that plan is still right now even a living document and getting public input and comment before formal adoption by the Mayor and Council. So we just need to replace now current with the word approved. And then I stand ready to address any other language concerns based on any final changes that the Mayor and Council may direct as part of whatever action you take tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. I'd like to invite Eric Backen, representing Tucson Electric Power, to give a brief, again, very brief presentation so that we can have additional conversation. Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Backen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and also want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. So I will make this brief. I've got just a few slides to walk through. I think a lot of what Mr. Rankin said is very accurate and characterizes the work that we've been doing over the last year and a half to really modernize the franchise. But just real quick, how we got here, as we did our analysis of the system in Tucson, it became very clear that we have an aging system in Midtown that needed to be replaced. Not only because it's getting older, it's older infrastructure, but in order to meet the needs of the growth in the area, as well as to be able to integrate more renewables, and I think a common goal for all of us to be able to make sure that the system is ready for the level of adoption of EVs that we're likely to see over the next few years. So that's why we decided to move forward with what we call a 138 kV transmission line. We looked at a number of routes. I think we've been kind of through this and seen the different routes that we analyze. Ultimately settled on the route going up Keno. Obviously had some feedback. We're an overhead company. A lot of feedback about the potential of going underground, especially with the Gateway Corridor Overlay Zone, which has the stated purpose of protecting aesthetics and supporting economic development, very much aligned with what we try to do at TEP as well. So with that, decided to start some conversations and discussion about how we might be able to accomplish that with city staff and with other stakeholders. Obviously, going underground is going to be significantly more expensive than overhead. So we looked at a number of different options, but ultimately it came back to the franchise and the need to modernize that franchise. And so that's where we started looking at the possibility of increasing that fee to have the funding necessary to underground at least a portion of the Keno to DeMoss Petrie line. As we were really getting ready to kind of finalize that conversation and those changes to the franchise, we started talking a little bit about and hearing more about the climate action and adaptation plan. At that point, it became, I think, critical for us to consider that as part of modernizing the franchise. I think, again, presented an opportunity for partnership between TEP and the city to really drive home those goals of aesthetic preservation, economic development, and climate change action. And so we saw the opportunity, decided to take the time, make the changes, like Mr. Rankin mentioned, about $5 million annually, allows us to take some of that money and use it for climate action projects and initiatives that have been laid out in the climate action and adaptation plan. The franchise fee remains the same at 2.25%. And as we looked at it, the monthly impact to customers and to the residents of the city was less than $1. And for small businesses, just over about $2.50. And so being able to accomplish everything with that funding that we were looking to accomplish as we started these conversations made a lot of sense to go ahead and move forward. We talked a little bit about what a franchise is. What I will say, just to add to that, is we have a number of franchises across the state. It's really standard operating procedure for our operations. With these changes, this franchise will be the most progressive likely in the state and really tackling some of the issues that are important to Tucson. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to folks that not normally how we look at a franchise. It really is just kind of a right-of-way land of use agreement. But we saw the opportunity, we took it, and I think we're very aligned on moving forward with this type of partnership with the city. I think we ran through kind of all the various changes that have been made as this franchise and the conversation has evolved. And just real quick in terms of next steps, assuming that we're able to move forward with the election in May, we then go through a number of other public processes to really kind of nail down the details of the line, the route, where the substation is going to be located. So there will be ample opportunity for further public input as we move forward with and move forward toward construction of the line. Hopefully that was brief.
That was brief, Eric.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, so what I'd like to do is open it up for council's pleasure and discussion. So what is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Dahl.
Madam Mayor, I will make a motion, but first I'd like to say that I want to acknowledge the legitimate criticism that the public involvement on this effort has been rushed, especially in the climate change area. That simply wasn't good. There's good reasons for why it came about, and I think there's good reasons for continuing to move forward rather than all my friends out there with their signs that say delay the vote. This agreement was started out as a solution to a problem that didn't have anything to do with climate change. It had to do with getting some funds for this undergrounding projects. And there was plenty of public involvement on that. My wife went to many of those meetings because we live close to the area where this will be undergrounded. The climate change got tacked on at the end, but I think we've done a really good job of enabling some positive funding to get done what needs to get done, both with the undergrounding and with climate change. You know, the Keno Demas Petrie line needs to be built to serve the needs of the university and nearby neighborhoods, and they're not all just Sam Hughes. There's some very poor neighborhoods that will be served by this. Keno is a gateway corridor. It's important that some segments need to be built underground. This provides the reliable funding to accomplish this. But from my perspective, more importantly, the existential threat of climate change and the need for both Tucson and TEP to step up our efforts to stop carbon emissions and mitigate the looming impacts to our residents. Why the rush? Well, if we get it done this year, things will happen right away, including funding for climate change. The sooner the better in both cases. We can't afford to wait another year for the next special election opportunity to accomplish this. I want to thank the city manager, the city attorney, their staff, leadership at TEP for their efforts to negotiate the climate change, especially the climate change language at such a rushed and last minute. I'd be glad to move what City Attorney Rankin has described, and I have 3 other items, changes I'd like to add. Shall I do that as part of my motion, or shall I? Yes. Yes. Okay. The first item would be approximately 10% of the annual Community Resilience Fund, which is in Section 10E. Expenditures would go to climate change projects each year during the first years when we're paying off when this fund is paying off the financing for the underground installation of new company facilities. That's number one. So we don't postpone 7, 8 years some of the climate action. The sooner we do climate action, the better. Number 2, and this is Section 10D2C, if I have this right. I might not. In the public benefits fee, this is the fee that we've gotten in the past and will go for into the future. The wording of the third item, number C, would change not just for clean energy projects, but to projects that help advance the city's climate change and adaptation plan, such as those listed in the second section of the Community Resilience Fund. And the third is also in that public benefits fee. We have may, the word may, we may spend the money for this. I would love to change it to shall, subject to annual appropriations. Is that the wording? And that commits the city to using those funds in those 3 areas, and I hope most of it will go to the first and the third. And so I move.
There's a motion. Do you have a second?
Could you explain B again? I mean, your second.
The second one?
You lost me on that.
Okay. In the public benefits fee, there's 3 items. There's the low income assistance fund. There's undergrounding projects that we might want to have happen but aren't required to happen. And the third one was to fund clean energy projects.
Renewable energy.
Yeah, clean and renewable energy. I would expand that and change it so that it matches what we're doing in the Community Resilience Fund. So it would fund projects that help advance the city's climate action and adaptation plan, and much like the ones that were listed as examples for the Community Resilience Fund.
Alrighty, so is there a second to the motion?
Let me second it for the purpose of discussion because I have some questions too.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second, and I hear further discussion. So go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thanks. So this may begin sounding rather internally incoherent, but there is a conclusion. So first of all, I'm going to need some clarification on what is and is not an appropriate item for a franchise agreement versus other kinds of agreements. So I'm starting out this position saying I do think we need more discussion, but with the caveat that, you know, where do we put the tranches that need that discussion? So I've read the draft agreement, obviously, and while it includes several areas that matter from an investment standpoint with respect to climate emergency, rooftop solar, and EV, and all the things that you read off, none of them have specific, measurable, explicit commitments, and they're all tied to the use of the new fee. So TEP already markets themselves, and by the way, thank you all for the participation. You know, this has been an interesting couple of years since this conversation started. Markets themselves as wanting to be great community partners with respect to commitments to renewables. The franchise agreement and/or another form of agreement strikes me as being a way to an opportunity to quantify those commitments, to quantify those statements that we find all over your marketing material without chiseling away necessarily at the new fee. I agree with Kevin. The public process was extremely troublesome. We gave less than 24-hour notice before a single public meeting to discuss a complex draft agreement that virtually nobody had a chance really to digest. 2 years ago, as I mentioned, 2 or 3 years ago, the public outreach from TEP was we're gonna identify the line, we're gonna take it to the Corporation Commission, and essentially the community perception, if not the reality, was that their input was being given lip service, and I don't want that to be the case here when we get done with this vote. Other jurisdictions, I've looked at other jurisdictions in terms of how they use their franchise agreements. Some examples: Minneapolis is probably the most progressive that I came across in the country. Salt Lake, Denver, they each use their franchise agreements to create what they're calling energy partnerships, and maybe that's the direction. What'd you call it? A power purchase agreement? Okay, so they are using their franchise agreement to establish a mechanism by which those maybe explicit commitments that I'm describing are negotiated outside of the franchise agreement, but within the context of a new agreement that if we were to go down that road, we would therefore have more time for the public engagement to really kind of square the circle and say, these are the specific commitments that we want to see from TP. And if we are calling a May election and we don't have those commitments by say the time the ballots drop, then we say no sale. You know, we come out full-throated, or I come out full-throated saying we didn't get the commitments that we wanted, and so I'm not going to support the franchise agreement when it goes to the ballot in May. That might be a way to sort of balance the need for more public input, more specificity in the commitments that you all are talking about, but preserving sort of the integrity of the way you're describing a franchise agreement. So I know that's sort of mixing apples and oranges, but I'm trying to find a way to sort of thread the needle and saying, everybody up here to the delay the vote, everybody up here recognizes the need for a more robust, specific, articulable, and measurable commitments to climate issues. But we're also saying, is the franchise agreement the right way to do it? And as other jurisdictions have done, is there another mechanism that we can begin those conversations with right now, that if they're not finalized by the time those ballots drop, then we say, screw it, we're not doing this. Or at least I would say I'm not going to support that. So, Mr. Rankin, you have thoughts on any of that, or maybe Eric?
If I may, Mr. Rankin, I have definite thoughts about this. I just wanted to remind us and give a little grace to the representatives and TEP itself, because we started the undergrounding conversation 18 months ago or more. And at that time, some of us on the council were very adamant that undergrounding is the way to go and that it is important for our community. And so in that conversation, both the city team and the TP team focused on undergrounding and found a solution for undergrounding. And I don't know where the gap fell, you know, where the crack in terms of communication between the mayor and council and the teams negotiating this new franchise agreement. But I do want to give, you know, TP some grace because the focus then became at mayor and council, hey, we want to be able to add a climate and sustainability piece to the franchise agreement. I can say that those franchise agreements in Utah and Colorado and Minnesota are good, but they're not in Arizona. And Arizona law is different to what can be included in the franchise agreement. I can also say that no other franchise agreement with any other city or town in Arizona looks like what we have in front of us. The city of Tucson is actually breaking barriers as to what is included in franchise agreements. And so I believe that we have a much better franchise agreement in front of us than we did 2 weeks ago. And one of the reasons that the time is pinching us is that we have to, according to our city clerk, approve the language that we, both TP and the city of Tucson can agree upon by tonight in order to be able to have a May election. And one of the reasons why a May election is important is because the infrastructure is failing us. And TP and or the user, which is the utility user, we're going to have to pay another $12 million in new infrastructure in order to delay the possibility of having another special election next year. And that could be $12 million thrown down the drain, and that the users of our electric company have to pay out of our pockets. And so I also understand what financial situation this creates, but if I may, the new modifications to the franchise agreement are very forward-thinking and absolutely based on the input that you all, with the delay the vote signs out there, have told us you want. And what we can possibly include legally in a franchise agreement. I'm really happy about you all giving us your input and feedback. And you don't have any one of us up here disagrees with you that things have to move faster. As a matter of fact, this mayor and council have been moving at breakneck speed. The past 3 years, we've advanced policy that had not been done in the previous 8 to 10 years before. And so we have a lot of things to be proud of because we're doing this together. And so I believe that the additional input that you all have given us, that the franchise fee, that your franchise agreement is taking us really to a level that no other city in Arizona has done with their franchise agreements. And I do want to personally say that working with the CEO of TP, Susan Gray, she verbally made the commitment of getting the city of Tucson in terms of the power purchase agreement that we can negotiate, getting us to 100% renewable energy for city operations, and to work on that contract this year. It is absolutely an amazing win. I know it's not the absolute win we all want to see in one step, but it is absolutely an important step for the city of Tucson, and a step, again, that no other city in Arizona has been able to move forward. So I feel very comfortable with what we have in front of us based on the community input that we have heard, the council input that we have heard, and what a franchise agreement can be used for to move forward with our climate action plan and the work that we need to do with that. So I am going to be supportive of the motion that Councilmember Dahl has in front of me. I am looking forward to the continued conversation with Susan Gray and all of the TEP team to make sure that we're working fast and furiously on this power purchase agreement where we can, you know, add the additional discussion. But I'm really excited about the possibility of 100% renewable energy for city operations and continue being a good partner with TEP and the community on these issues. We can't do these things alone. We have a partnership that we have to hold hands and really look towards that commitment that my colleagues on the council and TEP have said we believe in, which is clean energy and decarbonize the city-owned and operated buildings and help all of those that live in the city of Tucson and all the businesses do the same as we continue pursuing additional renewable, local sources for renewable energy. So with that, any other colleagues want to add anything? Councilmember Cunningham.
The good, the bad, the ugly. I've probably been outwardly the most vocal on some of the things with TEP over the last decade. And a couple things about TEP. First of all, they've got a lot of great people and good Tucsonans who work for them. They do. So I want to make sure I'm clear about that. You guys, your engagement with me, answering my questions, putting up with my whims, have been out. Your response has been outstanding. So to be fair, there was a time when I felt that TEP was not a good community partner, and today they are. They are. They're trying. But again, it's part of my core values that I want a municipal utility. So that's kind of one of the pieces that's there. So I'm very conflicted about this notion. The good. Truth be told, the current franchise agreement is less favorable when it comes to renewable energy than the one that we're putting on the ballot. That's a fact. It is the new one will be way more favorable for renewables. The new franchise agreement is much more favorable for undergrounding than the current franchise agreement. Those are true statements. They're facts. As much as I don't want them to be, and as much as I want to say, heck no, I don't want to do anything. All right? There's some stuff I want to clarify for the record before we vote. And I'm not going to be standing on my head and whistling Dixie leading the parade to get this thing passed. But I want to get some things on the record. Number one, I want to be sure, and I know it's in there, that I believe in the next 10 to 15 years, you're not going to absolutely have to get your power from an electric company. For those in the right situation, they'll be able to purchase batteries and solar and stay completely off grid and have some type of subscription that services those batteries. I want to be sure that if a business like that props up, you guys have to compete with them. You do not have a non-compete clause for off-grid subscriptions. That's my first question. Mike?
So nothing in the franchise would affect that dynamic one way or another. There is a provision in the franchise that does facilitate interconnections and requires that the franchisee, TEP, not impose any additional regulations or barriers to interconnections that go beyond just the base technical requirements.
Which leads me to my second question. And this is something I've talked about for a long time. It has been argued by me that an HOA can make a rooftop purchase collectively and have the credits rolled back to the HOA, and then the HOA could pay that back out. Now, I know there's some Arizona Corporation Commission regulations that hinder that progress, but in any case that portion of the law enables this type of collective for neighborhoods, I want to be sure there's nothing in our franchise agreement that will hinder that. Mike?
That's correct. It will not hinder it, but it will also not override the ACC issues that might be obstacles for that.
All right. I know that we couldn't get new roads means no new poles. I was a really big stickler. I meant, like, if we get a new road, no matter what, the utilities have to be underground. I know we can't do that 100%, but please tell me how we have improved our situation compared to past agreements.
So the franchise certainly doesn't impair the city's position with that respect, but the city's undergrounding regulations, the source of that is not the franchise. Instead, it's the gateway and the scenic corridor zone, et cetera, other overlay zones that you've already put in place. And quite frankly, the discussions we've had over the last 2 years have really brought those forward to the point where the mayor and council took action to create a specific public and transparent procedure it's the procedure under our codes that has the most amount of public participation and public notice. And you created that procedure to specifically deal with the undergrounding issue in the designated routes. So it's not dealt with in the franchise in any different way from the existing franchise, but this entire experience and the legislative actions of the mayor and council have created new rules to deal with that situation more effectively.
And just remember that we have delayed the North Houghton project, which is a scenic corridor, to the next RTA. So you'll be darn right that those poles will be undergrounded. All right, next thing, the backlog. We have some places in Tucson where we want to be able to underground where we should. And when I say underground, we also want creative alternatives. Sometimes you don't actually have to totally underground. Sometimes you can go to rooftops, you can go to buildings, you can interconnect. How does this franchise agreement help those efforts?
So this agreement, the new fund that's created from the 0.75 additional surcharge, the underground costs are not limited to transmission undergrounding, first of all. And secondly, and at least in the context of the motion that's been made so far, what the effect would be is that there would be an annual decision by the mayor and council for the distribution or the appropriation of those public benefit fund, the 1/9 funds, I'll call them, with one of the eligible categories under that as being undergrounding beyond the gateway and scenic type scenarios that we're talking about for the other fund. So it creates more ability for the mayor and council on an annual basis to direct funds to individual undergrounding projects that might not otherwise be required by our code.
That leads me to my next question, and I want to really give a nod to the mayor for this one, the Renewable 2030 piece. This is pretty ambitious. And basically what it means is that every single kilowatt hour that the city of Tucson uses in its mechanism of government will be generated by renewable. So no matter what we use, we'll have generated it within the government mechanism. And I think that's pretty cool. I think we'll be the only city to do it, and especially the only city by 2030. I know there's going to be some place in the middle of Nebraska that's going to beat us out barely, and that's frustrating. But I really do think that this is a best effort and a very good piece to it. So those are the things. And for me, I came into this kind of blank slate. I really wasn't inclined one way or the other today. And I've been thinking about this kind of moment all day about renewing this agreement. And I guess it leaves one last thing, and that is that I'm not actually approving this agreement. The voters have to. And that's your job. But we'll give them a chance. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? All right, I just want to, again, I don't know if I clarified completely that I received a letter from CEO of TEP, Susan Gray, committing in writing to working with the city of Tucson on a power purchase agreement that will take us to 100% renewable energy as soon as possible, actually. So it doesn't have to really be to 2030. It could be as soon as we possibly can, which is something that's really good. Also that besides these sources of funds, we also are, with our climate action and adaptation plan, we really are in a very good place as a community to go to the federal government with a plan, an action plan in hand, and line up for the Inflation Reduction Act federal funds available for communities like ours. And so, again, the commitment that I have as the mayor and someone that, a climate mayor, a mayor that ran on a platform of moving fast and boldly on climate action and adaptation, we are going to seek every avenue to be able to work on our climate resiliency strategy for our city. So just wanted to make sure that we added that piece of the puzzle to this conversation as well. And if there's no additional commentary or discussion, Vice Mayor.
I would like to have Eric respond to my request, or not even request, that you begin simultaneously with marketing the franchise agreement to working with the community on a clean energy partnership that should include measurable, articulable commitments, so that we see something more concrete than the general categories that exist in the franchise agreement.
Yes, Mayor, Council Member Kozaczek. Again, I forgot to introduce myself again. Eric Bakken, Vice President at TEP of Energy Resources and Chief Sustainability Officer. I think as part of our outreach, as we move forward with this election, we are going to be engaging the community however and whenever we can. And I think as part of that conversation, we can get into more detail that not only becomes part of how we move forward with the franchise in that election, but also with the power supply agreement that we're talking about, and try to really nail down some of those details that you're looking for as part of the agreement that we have with the city moving forward.
Mr. Rankin, is there anything in Arizona state law prevent the utility from instituting limits on developing renewables and selling them back to the Paul's idea? Try that sentence again. Instituting limits on developing renewables and selling that back to the utility. I know that has appeared in some franchise agreements that I've run across.
So I can tell you that Arizona law doesn't allow us to use a franchise agreement in Arizona to address the generation side of things, okay? The percentage of their portfolio that's renewable. So we can't use the franchise to do that. I don't know the answer to your more generic question, is that would it be lawful for that outside of the franchise to be established? I don't know, but I do know that the franchise couldn't be the vehicle to
Okay, and
require
that gets
that.
to one of my first points is there is a distinction between what a franchise agreement can and can't do. And to the mayor's point, this is Arizona, and we all know what about Arizona state law. All right. How would you, if at all, roll the commitment that Eric makes to begin conversations about a clean energy partnership into the motion, or are you comfortable where you are?
I think I'm comfortable where I am, yeah. But I like the idea, and we're going to hold you to it.
Well, we have a written commitment as well.
You got it in writing, that's correct,
We got it in
Mayor.
writing, and people could see it publicly.
And conversations have already started, so we're starting to think about how that's gonna work as a partnership for both the city, Tucson, and our customers and the residents of Tucson as well.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the public's input into making this a better franchise agreement. I'm very happy with what we have in front of us. I absolutely 100% agree with the motion that we have in front of us. And I'm looking forward to the continued partnership with TEP and being good partners with each other in this changing world. And so with that, I'd like to call a roll call.
And Mayor, members of the council, what I'd like to do before you vote is I wrote down the components of Councilmember Dahl's motion. I'd like to read what the actual language would be that I'm reading into the record here. So the first change would be in section 10D, as in David, 1, with respect to the Public Benefits Fund, that's that 1/9 fund. And it would change the language that currently reads may be appropriated and use the new language, shall be appropriated, subject to annual appropriation through the city's budget approval process. So that's change number 1. Second change in that same section, but 10D 2C, and this is to expand the eligible uses that the mayor and council could appropriate those funds for. It currently referenced one of the categories as renewable energy incentives. That would be reframed to read climate action and adaptation plan to fund projects that support the implementation of the city's climate action and adaptation plan. So it's just expanding the category of, which of course would include incentives for renewables. And the third change would be in section 10E. I think as part of the motion to include the 10% in each of the 10 years of that term. And so in the sentence that describes the fact that during the first 10 years of the fund, that the funds would be prioritized for the undergrounding expenses. At the end of that sentence, we would add the language that except that during each year of this time period, meaning that 10-year period, approximately 10% of the funds will be allocated to projects that support the implementation of the climate action and adaptation plan.
Excellent. Alrighty.
One more clarification. And so 10 years, if we see the wheels coming off and those commitments are made, that is subject to renegotiation, we're not waiting 25 years.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, that's the 10
That's
and
right. The
15
10
year.
year is the first renegotiation point, and then there's another one at 15. And that prioritization between undergrounding and then I'll call climate projects is only for the first 10 years.
Alrighty. We're all good? Alrighty, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Alrighty, ordinance 11984 passes by a vote of 6-0. And just for clarification, Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor. So what this means is that the measure will go forward to the ballot in May. It will go with the language as amended and read into the record this evening. I just want to point out that since it will now be a ballot measure, Each of the elected officials is absolutely free to take a position in advocating for it, advocating against it, but the council can't take any further actions as a body to take a position in advocacy, and we can't use any city resources in terms of advocacy, either for or against the ballot measure going forward.
And also to clarify, TEP is responsible to pay for full election costs.
Yes, and that estimated expenditure or cost was included in the mayor and council materials. I think it was $815,000. And so TEP will have to provide a deposit to the city of that amount, and then, but will ultimately be responsible for the actual costs. So there will be a truing up at the end of the process.
And I can imagine that TEP is going to do also an educational campaign for the voters to understand what they have in front. I see a lot of nodding heads, yes. Good, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Councilmember Cunningham, really quickly.
Your Honor, I wanted to make a quick announcement after we go to, right before we go to the next item.
Okay, so we are done with this item, and we're going to item 13.
Your Honor, I failed to mention in our earlier public announcements, I want to congratulate Captain Jim Heel, my roommate from college, who retired from TFD today. Jim, happy trails. We love you, man. That's it.
Great news. So item 13 is adjournment. Ms. Clerk? Adjournment. Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.